Well, these hours are special, Brett. I do get up at 4 every morning. That's when the alarm goes off, but I normally don't start streaming until 11. You guys are getting me without my makeup on. What's up, Egna? What's up, Brett? JJ says I'm based. I have no clue what that means. I'll take it as a compliment, even if you meant it as an insult. Because either way, I get paid because you're here, clicking on my shit, watching my shit. What's up, Lucard? Lucard? It's probably Lucard. Yeah, because normally, so this morning I woke up at 3. I've been up for about an hour now. Cats woke me up this morning. Just scratching at the office door wanting to come in. It was Lucas and Pippin just sitting there. Meow, 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 meow. And Smeagol sitting there beside him crying. Feed us, feed us, feed us. They ignored Mommy. Mommy's in bed. Mommy was out in the big room last night. She stayed out late last night working. Like, I went to bed at like 8 o'clock. And I got up to go to the bathroom at like, I don't think I got to go pee at like 10:30 or something. She was still outside working on the patio enclosure for the cats. At like, so she put in like 12, 13 hours yesterday working on that catio. So she is on the bed right now, just passed out. I don't know what time she finished last night. But she's wanting to get that done. So this morning I woke up an hour before my alarm because the cats. I just think it's funny that they ignore Mommy. They're like, Daddy's the one who gives us more snacks and more food, so let's go scratch at Daddy's door. So I got up. I did all my ranch shit. Went and did daily cat dad chores. Chickens don't need anything yet. It's still dark out. It's only 4 o'clock where we live, so. Lucard says you got me running a special window setup so I can have both chats up at the same time. Rock on, man. We are multi-streaming on YouTube and Twitch for anybody who didn't know, if you're new here. JJ says, loved your beginner guides. It's a compliment. Cool. Thank you, sir. Brett says, I don't prefer getting up at 3 a.m., but I did today to print 300 soccer jerseys. 3's a little bit early. I suppose if I went to bed earlier, I could. 4, I've done 4 for years. I've done 4 from my construction days. I hated doing it during my construction days because I hated that job. But I like doing it here. If I slept normally, like in the city before we had all the animals and everything else, I would sleep till about 6:37. That my body just naturally would be like, you know what, the light's been up for a couple hours, we need to get up and do shit. 6:37 is like my natural wake up time, but 4 o'clock, I like doing 4 for work because I get up at 4. I do all the cat dad stuff, feed the cats, clean the litter box, start, get my pot of coffee, get the French press coffee going, and I call it wake bake work. It's wake bake work. I wake up, I have a little bit of medication, make my coffee, do my chores, and I sit down and I start my day. And usually the first hour, I'm just like answering comments on YouTube. I'll just clear like 100 comments or whatever for an hour. And then once I'm nice and mellow, I'll go into like recording a couple of videos. By about 5-ish. I'm usually done with that process by like 6. Then I go for a run or I go for a walk. There's a park down the street. I will just go do some pull-ups and stretches and shit. Come back, take a shower, have some breakfast, do another video, answer some more comments, and then I'll go live. And I'll stream for about 3 hours. Then I get done. I take a nap, or I eat and take a nap. And then I get up in the afternoon, do a couple more videos, and go watch some shows with Chris. Or lately, Like 3 or 4 times a week, I've been doing an evening stream, an afternoon stream in the afternoon. So there are plenty of breaks in my normal day, and I do take a pretty good nap right after the main stream. Because by that point I've been working since 5, you know. So I've put in 7 or 8 hours by the time I'm done, and that's when I'll just be like, beep. And in between that, you know, there was the run, the exercise, the breakfast, and everything else. Chris and I usually sit outside for breakfast now that the weather's cooled off. Hang out for 30 minutes. Depends. Mosquitoes haven't really gotten bad this year. If there's mosquitoes, we don't do that. But when there's no mosquitoes outside, we'll go sit outside in the morning. So I have a pretty good routine most days. These few days, no. Fuck these days. Gamescom, why did you have to be in Europe? Because I've been, you know, starting streams at like within the first hour of waking up, and I'm not nearly mellow enough yet to be streaming. But hey, we do what we got to do for work sometimes. So I'm here. We're going to do some more War Within this morning, and then we're going to go into day 3 of Gamescom coverage. If I'm not mistaken, today is the last day of coverage, and then I think tomorrow is awards day. I would need to double check. But today we're going to be looking at... Actually, we could tab over and see... Okay, let me read this here. Today, with exclusive walkthroughs and demos and interviews with Indiana Jones and the Great Circle, Avowed, Aura History Untold, Metaphor, Refantizio, Sea of Thieves, 33 Immortals, and Warhammer 40k Space Marine 2. Well, at least 3 of those games I'm confirmed to be playing. One of those games I'm interested in, which is Aura History Untold. I love Sea of Thieves, but I think I'm done for that. I played that with my brother and his wife. Really good stuff. There's also going to be some stuff around Path of Exile 2, which I need to go check the date on. Because if I remember correctly, they said early access was coming mid-September, and I need to check this out. Path of Exile 2. Early access. When does this do? When does this drop? November 15th. Shit, I thought it was September 15th. Alright, well that's definitely a ways away. God damn it, I dropped my pen. I don't miss the construction days either, Brett. I've done a lot of stuff since we moved here to the homestead because it's our place, and I'm grateful for the knowledge that I have. So I was a 3rd generation ceramic tile and natural stone contractor, and I grew up in it. Grew up when my dad had a dairy farm and a construction company. And so I grew up milking cows, working construction, and I hated every minute of it. And it was not fun. It was not pleasant. My dad's a prick. You know, your dad is your dad, right? You love them even if they're a prick. But I have no relationship with my parents because I hated my childhood and they were not fun people. But I do take away from that a lot of knowledge, and the construction knowledge has fared me well. I haven't touched the first tools I touched in so I sold my truck, my tools, and shut down my company in 2007. So it was the last time I did anything related to that, and I switched careers. And then I didn't touch a tool until, I want to say till we moved here, and we bought the homestead. Once we bought the homestead, and I still don't have any, I have a grinder. I have an angle grinder now, and a really old drill. And the only reason I have those is because my sister-in-law here, she runs a pawn shop, and she had some stuff, and I was like, well, cool, I'll take that off your hands. But it's on the Homestead channel, and I think there's some stuff on this channel even, but it was probably for the members, because I was inspired by Lord of the Rings Online. There was a really cool chicken coop in Rohan, and I was like, I'm going to build that. And so I did a series on my YouTube channel for our channel members, which was me building that chicken coop. But I was a little over ambitious because I didn't have any power tools. So I just literally went out, bought a handsaw, hammer, nails, speed square. I don't know, I bought a bunch of hand tools, right? Stuff that I would need to build a chicken coop. And I built that motherfucker by hand. And that was not, I hadn't done hand tool work in, God, since I was a kid. Like, I always had power tools, and I forgot what it was like to build something with hand tools. And it did not turn out like the one from the Lord of the Rings Online screenshot, because I didn't have power tools to make that happen. There was a lot of angles and stuff in that one that I was like, I'm not doing this by hand. That's too much work when it's 100, it's 100 degrees outside, 85% humidity, and you're just like, ah! That was when I cut my beard off, because I'd grown my beard for like 2 years. And even with the beard up in a beard bun, I'd be out there with a handsaw cutting boards, and invariably there'd be a strand of hair that would get caught loose and get wrapped up in my glove, and I would just whomp, yank that thing out, and it was like, nope. I did that 6 or 8 times, and I was like, I'm done. So I built the chicken coop and the cat shelter, and then we built a screen door. I paid someone to mount the door, because I didn't have those kind of tools. I don't have a finish nail. I didn't want to do all that stuff. And then I paid someone to do all the mosquito nettings on our windows, because it's block construction, so they had to come in and actually mount a wooden frame to the concrete wall on the outside with a wire mesh, with the screen on it. So I have the experience. Glad I don't need to use it for a living anymore. You finally caught the Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 video this morning. Yeah, that's going to be a good game. I don't know how I'm going to do that, because that's a week before Avowed, and there is no way I'm finishing Kingdom Come Deliverance before then. If my stream audience keeps growing, and you never know what it's going to do. Like, as soon as I switched over to World of Warcraft, and I knew this, this is going to happen every time you do it, because a lot of people are here for No Man's Sky and only No Man's Sky. That's totally normal. A lot of people watch Baldur's Gate 3, they went away. A lot of people watched Rogue Trader, they went away. You always hope for the small percentage that sticks. But as soon as I stopped streaming No Man's Sky, our audience went from 110, 190, 90 to 110, like 90, 95 to 110 to like 50. And it's Warcraft, and it's news, and it's everything else. But it's all good. We're onwards and upwards. We've got a lot of stuff ahead of us. And I'm hoping we can find more construction projects to work on together. I'm just kidding. But the thing is like, if the audience is big enough by that point, Brett, I'd like to just go and do what Co-Carnage does, which is, like, if I could do, like, an 8-hour stream day with a break in the middle for lunch, but, get up, do 4 hours, take a break for lunch, come back, do another 4 hours. That would be ideal if I could do that. But we got to keep growing the audience. I'm not there yet. But we'll see. Because if I can do that, then I'll be okay. But if I keep doing it my normal schedule, I'll probably have to make a decision about whether I play Avowed first, even though it comes out a week later, or do I just play Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 and then do Avowed? Which I'm way more excited about Avowed than I am about Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. So it's like, fuck. I don't want to have to make that decision, but I am. All right, let's. Last night, for some odd reason, guys, Streamlabs and YouTube were having a really hard time communicating, and it kept cutting my YouTube chat out, even though the Twitch chat was coming through fine. So if I suddenly stop reliably responding to YouTube stuff, please don't get offended. I will get back to you quickly as I realize that it's stopped. I've had a few people in the last week who have gotten grumpy that I wasn't immediately answering. And it's like, sometimes there are technical difficulties, so thank you for your patience as I work through those technical difficulties. We have lots of quests. I do want to kind of focus on the ones that are around where the main quest is sending me, and I'm only going to go off the beaten path when I'm around where the main quest stuff is. So the main quest has me down in the southeast, so we're going to go down there and do side quests around there while we're doing the main quest, and we're just going to kind of follow the main quest around and do side quests in the general vicinity. I'm not trying to do a completionist run with this character because I will be bringing my Earthen Paladin through as soon as I get done with this character. So, I'm going to have fun with that. Stalker 2 stream stopped in the middle yesterday? Shouldn't have. Now you're going to make me go check it. Did something happen with the export from Twitch to YouTube? I'm going to go check right now through testing because I put up like a... It's a 40-minute long video. 38 minutes. Hang on, I'm clicking it just to go see, guys. If you hear my voice in the background, that'll be why. Let's see here. No, it's all there for me through testing. I've got a it's a 39-minute video, 38 minutes and 55 seconds. It's a 39-minute video on Stalker 2, the developer deep dive. So it's there, so I'm not sure what happened. Huh. 'Tis weird. Yeah, I have no idea. Welcome everybody. Whew, let's get down there. Go do some quests. Any advice for new players starting WoW? Do you own the War Within, or are you doing Dragonflight? That would be my first question, JJ. Do you own the most recent content, or are you just paying a subscription and you have up to Dragonflight? I almost didn't move out of time. Oh, there's a minecart. Give me a second to survive this and I'll check chat. What do we have? Oh, there's a quest to grab too up here. Two quests. Woot! Alright, I'm in a safe place. Tyson says Blizzard did a really good job with the side stories, this expansion. Loving the mini lore. I love the way they've got the Earthen storyline tied into all these different places. This is very good from a storytelling. Like, honestly, I'm really glad I came to World of Warcraft when I did, because the War Within has been one of the coolest things I've experienced in a long time. I honestly feel like, I know that World of Warcraft is way better numbers, but Star Wars: The Old Republic has always been a better game for me personally, because I like the cinematics and I love Star Wars more than I love World of Warcraft. But they've done storytelling in a better way than Blizzard has, but Blizzard has done engineering and mechanics in a lot better way with the flexibility and stuff. But I am now enjoying this as much as I ever did Star Wars: The Republic. Like, I'm yesterday running the Earthen storyline of like the old Earthen who's losing his memories, and they're putting him back into and he's gonna go he's gonna let himself dissolve into the ocean, and they take his memories and they give him to the next Keeper of Stone. Like, I was like, this is awesome lore right here. Like, this is really good storytelling. Yeah, it's not voiced, but it's deep. It's really deep. It's not fully voiced. Dragonflight, says JJ. If you just own up to Dragonflight, just start a new character. When you get to level 10 and you finish, because you're either going to do the starter island. So if you're brand new, brand spanking new, start a brand new character, start on the starter island. Do the starter isle, the tutorial island, I forget what it's called. Do that experience. It's level 1 to 10. It teaches everybody how to play. Even my wife, who had never played an MMORPG ever before, learned how to play an MMORPG because she played World of Warcraft's Starter Island tutorial and it taught her everything she needed to know. And then she was able to go from that into Lord of the Rings Online and EverQuest 2, and the controls were all very similar. Do the starter island, and as soon as you get to level 10, it's going to drop you off at Chromie, and it's going to tell you to pick a timeline. Just do Dragonflight. Dragonflight is like the new default. If it gives you an option, it might not give you an option. It might actually put you straight into Dragonflight if you're a brand new player. I haven't done that in a long time. If I'm not mistaken, if you are a brand new player, it should automatically put you into Dragonflight at level 10. If it does not, it will give you Chromie. Like if you've already played around a little bit and you're level 20, level 30 or something with another character, it will prompt you to choose a timeline. Choose Dragonflight. Do the Dragonflight storyline. Just the campaign. Ignore all the side quests. Seriously, just don't do the side quests. You're looking for these icons right here. These, you're not going to see them right now because we're not around anybody, but if you see how these icons all have shapes, like these are circles, you're looking for the ones that look like a shield. They have a brown background, and they look like a shield. Those are campaign quests, and they will be naturally listed in your quest journal as the campaign. It'll say something like Dragonflight for you if you're doing Dragonflight. It'll, do these quests. When you get into the world quests, these you can ignore for now. Do these quests for Dragonflight. Do the campaign quests. Finish the campaign. If you are not already level 70, open your map, look for quest icons, and come back and start doing world quests until you are level 70. Once you are level 70, it will prompt you to go talk to Khadgar in Dalaran to do the War Within. At that point, if you have been having fun with Dragonflight and you enjoyed Dragonflight, then you're probably ready to take it up a notch and purchase the War Within. I would not recommend purchasing the War Within if you've never played before, because it's an extra $50 or whatever. Just do the subscription, play Dragonflight, because if you like Dragonflight, you're going to like this. It's the same mechanics. You get follower dungeons, all that stuff is there. Then you're only spending like whatever, $15 a month. You get to try Dragonflight, you spend a couple months leveling up, then you decide, I really like this. I'm going to spend $50 on the War Within. I don't know what it costs, $40, $50, etc. The art style is good, yes it is. Well, Cuirass, I can't help it if you don't like modern MMORPGs. I fucking love it. I do not want to go back to the old way. I don't like the old way. I grew up playing EverQuest with corpse runs and item loss and EXP loss. And fuck that. I never want to go back. I 100% want modern quality of life features. So, I can appreciate that you think modern MMOs suck because there's no challenge. If you would like a challenge, I would highly suggest going to play Dark Souls. Dark Souls offers a really cool challenge for people who want challenge. Any Souls-like game is going to give you that challenge factor. Or you can go play Project 1999 with all the other neckbeards, and you can get the corpse runs and the XP loss and the level loss and all that stuff. But otherwise, come join the modern world. We're in 2024. You could also come in World of Warcraft and do Mythic Raiding. That's a good tip, Metro. Come do Mythic Raiding in World of Warcraft. And tell me that it's not challenging. I challenge you to a challenge, Cuirass. That's an even better. Thank you, Metro. You just inspired me. Cuirass, here's a better challenge for you. Come to World of Warcraft, do Mythic Raiding. Tell me that this game doesn't have challenge. That's the best part about World of Warcraft, is you get to choose the difficulty at which you play. Do you want to play it on story mode like a big Care Bear pussy like me? Default level. It's great. It's fun. It's story. Do you want to play it on heroic mode? Go do heroic mode. A couple notches up. Then there's the mythic level, which allows you to do scaling. So you get to choose. Do you want to do it solo? Or do you want to do it with a group? Follower dungeons. You can do follower dungeons now. Or you can go do it with your 5 friends. We have a guild. Wednesday nights and Saturday nights, we do group content. It's quite challenging. Go watch our raid videos from Dragonflight and tell me that this game isn't challenging when you want it to be challenging. I don't want to be challenged right now. I'm playing on a stream. I'm here to have fun. I'm here to chat. I'm here to chill. I'm looking for cozy. If I want to play Dark Souls, I go play Dark Souls. If I want to do Mythic Raiding, I go do Mythic Raiding. I don't want to do that right now. I want to chill out and have fun. Well, not losing HP is a quality of life feature. Do you want to lose HP? Go join a group, find a guild, go do Mythic. You'll get one-shotted. You will absolutely get one-shotted. Oh, I love it. That's the best part about, like, Lord of the Rings Online has done this as well. You have the landscape difficulty, so you can go in and change. So you can say, I just want the default story experience, or I want to go to Heroic +2. And there's, what, 8 or 9 levels of difficulty in Lotro, so you can choose what you want to do. Star Wars: The Old Republic does this as well. There's normal story mode, or you can do the normal mode dungeons and flashpoints and raids, or you can go to veteran mode, which amps it up to like a mythic level of difficulty. I don't get people like Kiris who act like modern games don't offer the same challenge as yesterday. That's out of touch. That's a very out of touch comment. You obviously don't play a lot of games, Kiris, and I would urge you to, because there are a ton of games out there that offer lots of different ways to play, and that's not a bad thing. Player agency is key. That's why these games still survive to this day, is because they've allowed people to come in and choose the way that they play. The games that didn't, you know, as much as I love EverQuest as an example, EverQuest 2 is a great game. It only has like 25,000 paying subscribers. The reason is because they never adjusted. Not to the level that all these other games did. Dune Awakening is an upcoming MMO from Funcom. You should check that game out as well, because it's definitely got solo content, group content, and PvP raid content against the Great Worms and the Desert of Arrakis. That game will kill you. The sun kills you. Not drinking water kills you. Have you ever played a survival game, Kiras? I feel like you've never played a survival game. Because if you ever played a survival game, you can die from not eating and drinking. That's hardcore, isn't it? Why aren't you playing survival games, Kiras? Testing has a great comment. What about people with disabilities who can't go hardcore? They could enjoy chill. Why shouldn't they have the ability to do chill content? So I love the fact that we have Kiras in chat this morning today, everybody, because he's showing us a valuable lesson about modern gaming, trolling, and having fun. And we would love to welcome you. I'm giving you a hard time, Kiras, because you came into the channel with a little bit of an attitude. And we got to adjust that. We got to adjust that this morning. We can't allow that to take place, but we still love you. We still want you here. So I tell you what. Come join us on the Moonguard server. We'll show you a good time. We'll show you what challenge is in World of Warcraft. We'll take you on some heroic and mythic raiding. We'll change that tune. We'll get you into a good community. You'll make some friends. That's an important thing to have in life. Friends. Community. That's what makes MMORPGs so much fun, is community. So let's embrace Kiras, everybody. Let's bring him into the fold. We're going to show him what it's like to have a good time in modern MMORPGs, everybody. And that's that. Come in here with negativity, I'll smother it with kindness by the end of it. I will give you shit when you first come in with an attitude, though. But after that, hey, it's all good. You're a human being. You're worthy of respect. Let's teach you how to play modern games.
Another puzzle to solve?
Let's go play Enshrouded. That's a fun multiplayer RPG with survival elements. You don't drink water or eat food for 10 minutes, you die. And those dungeons will one-shot you. We've got all the videos up on the channel from when we did our multiplayer run through Enshrouded. And those hollowed halls, we were shocked. The one of them took us 3 hours to complete. It was a 3-hour dungeon. I haven't done a 3-hour dungeon since, like, damn, I can't tell you when. Like, it's been 15 years. It was intense.
Make sure to take notes.
What is your command?
Alright, we've got some stuff to kill here. Ark Survival. I have played Secret World. It had a great story. Unfortunately, that was one of those games that, you know, like many other games, didn't get a lot of quality of life updates over the years. But I did like the story of Secret World. I actually have a video from I think I went and did Secret World last year. The funniest thing about this is the moment who was here last night when I went and hit the heroic bees and got one-shotted? Who was here for that last night? I know that was a late stream for a lot of our European friends. So last night I was playing War Within for early access launch, and I attacked a bee, a giant heroic bee, and it one-shotted me. And I went back to get my corpse, and I was like, I didn't realize it was a heroic mob, so I went back to attack it again, died again. So, you know, perfect example of there is plenty of challenge, even in the base game of World of Warcraft. If you go look at it, if you go look for it, you know. Yeah, those bees were deadly, man. Skinning for the win! I don't know why the tooltip keeps staying up on my screen. I may have to adjust the tooltip settings. Yeah, that's a good point, Diamond. Brett, I think you're on your other account. Or no, that's Shokades, I think. Shok, I think you're on the wrong account again. But he left a comment. It says, Blizzard created an entire collection of neckbeard WoW servers called Classic for the people who want to struggle to fight 2 or 3 mobs. It's true. It's very true. World of Warcraft Classic does exist for those who want to go back to that needing 3 people to kill 1 mob even in the Overland world. I hadn't even thought about that. You could also go back and do like the EverQuest 1 progression servers or EverQuest 2 progression servers. They also go back to that adjusted difficulty from 20 years ago. So it's yeah. That's why I was saying play more games. There's a lot of options out there if you want to feel a challenge. But I love the fact that here I can choose. That's why I only do dungeons on Wednesdays and Saturday nights, because the rest of the time I don't want to do dungeons. I don't want to do group content. I like having it be optional. I do not miss the days of forced grouping where it was like, oh, I'm going to log in and I got to wait 45 minutes to find a group. Fuck that. No. Are you kidding me? No. It was better back then. No, it wasn't. No one knew any better. There's nothing wrong with challenged group content, but no one wants to go back to the days of forced grouping. That is a lie. That's what that is. An absolute lie. Exactly, Tyson. No one in their right mind wants to go back to that. Getting off early to play WoW. That's the way to roll. What's up, Babylonian? I forgot to check the guild bank this morning to see if anybody had deposited any goodies. Yeah, early Lord of the Rings Online was hard. Especially the group quest dungeons. The book quest dungeons. Ooh, I just got a formula. What the fuck did I just get? Enchanting. Well, that's going in the guild bank. Somebody's gonna get an enchanting recipe. Enchantment! Enchantment? Enchantment! If you know, you know. That moment early, not you know, no spoiler, Babylonia, but that the intro to this expansion,
Outsiders detected.
when a certain place gets moved to another certain place and certain events unfold, and then you're on the ground and you're dealing with the aftermath of that. That was one of the most intense, like 10 or 15 minutes of MMO cinematics that I've seen in a long time. That was intense, and I still refuse to believe it's true. I still have hope in the back of my mind that there will be an appearance later on. If not, that was... Holy crap, was that storytelling. Like, if you're not afraid to do stuff like that to tell stories, then you're not telling stories.
You go wherever you please, don't you?
Meet Alvagar at the third entrance.
Keep me informed.
Okay, so you're referring to something else? Yeah, I haven't gotten far enough in then. Unless you're speaking about the old Earthen Fellow quest, because we talked about that at the beginning of the stream. That I did that yesterday. The old Earthen quest line, where you have to help the old man. That was awesome. That was very hard. You know, not heartbreaking. That was moving. It was a very moving quest line. Alright, I think we have to go in the mines now. I need to go get more coffee. Skinning. What am I looking for down here? Web spinners. They must be deeper in. Don't see any yet. Oh, there's one. The in-game cinematics are so detailed. Yeah, they've done a great job. Alright, Babylonia, I'll keep my eye out for it. We're done here. It's pretty good. It is pretty good, Fatbone. Fighty. Fight. If you're tuning in today for the first time, everybody, don't forget we are live on YouTube and Twitch. Multi-streaming every time we play, so you can watch where you prefer, support where you want. Thanks to those of you who can and do. What do we still need out here? Opals? Where the fuck do the opals come from? They need to read the quest. Come here, buddy. What are the opals from? From the Opal Crag. Time to skin up. I need all the skins. I got fishing this morning, so I'll start doing fishing at some point. However, I don't have unlimited time to play, so I have to be judicious with where I spend my stuff. I'm primarily working on leatherworking. Cooking I'll be working on because Rainy's going to be funneling cooking mats and alchemy mats to myself and Babylonia so we can get our cooking and cauldron making up, cooking and alchemy up as quickly as possible for group buffs for raids. So on our crafting nights, I know I can get Raph's resources for the cooking. So I'm not too stressed about that, I should say. I should get plenty of hides when we go do group harvesting night on Saturday. Plus I'm getting hides on my own. What the hell are the opal creatures? What am I missing? Oh, were those harvestable? Yeah, it's these things. I got sidetracked and I forgot what I was looking for. These things. There we go. Alright, that's all the quests done here.
Hmm? Oh, I was just thinking. I need some time to think.
Do you have a query?
Did Kiras leave us? I was so hoping he was going to join us and come play. Have a good time and learn how difficult modern MMORPGs can be.
Be ready.
Alright, we can meet Brinth.
Sorry, I got distracted.
Sorry I got distracted. Brother, I know exactly what you mean. I'm getting another cup of coffee, guys. I'll be right back. I'll probably do that at a certain point, Babylonia. One of the nice things is that the way they got the system set up now is that you can see when you're coming through with your alt, you can see which quests you've already done, so you can kind of ignore those. But I suppose a better route would be the route that I suggested someone play Dragonflight earlier, which was take my first character and only do the main story and ignore all the side quests. I hadn't thought about doing it like that. Alright, don't judge me, everybody. I'm gonna, my wife bought me something special. She's like, here, because I don't eat sweets very often. But I have a little Snickers with almond that I'm gonna munch on with my coffee this morning. It's not the breakfast of champions. I normally start my day off with protein, and I don't eat a lot of processed sugar. But I do love these things. It's nice and cold. fresh out of the fridge. I like them cold. This is... wow, yeah. This is the Druid, Ralph. Jacked up on sugar here in a bit. Alright. I got a parachute.
We all have our tasks. Watch
Time to
step.
surprise the Nerubians. What I was talking earlier, Bubs, is that basically I'm following the main quest and I do whatever quests are around that hub. But as soon as the main quest sends me off somewhere else, I just ditch whatever's left and I end up moving off. Unless it's really good side quests. Because I'll come back with the earthen and clear the stuff I didn't. Exactly, Viduros. That's why I've kind of been doing it, because I've been following along and doing all the quests for the earthen. But the good thing is that they're clearly marked. Yeah, I'm very glad that they're all marked, because I'm like, okay, cool. This is where I'm working towards, because I need my earthen paladin. Like, quickly. Exactly, Tyson.
Stay productive.
It said on the bottom? Find Cinder Craig. Are these skinnable? Hell yeah! Give me all the hides. Count wide is the bomb. Very happy. So wait, do I have to find this guy? Apparently.
Make it quick.
Hey, there's
We're
Stanar.
busy.
Who are you and why are you here?
If that is all.
Collect opal core from the opal
I'm
Craig.
still working. Are you leaving?
Rescue earth workers. Don't forget, we will be going and watching Gamescom in a little bit, everybody. We still got time. I think we're still like 2 hours out from Gamescom coverage. Chocolate. Excuse me. My precious opals. Oh, these guys don't have the accent. I don't have to do the accent for these guys. Emperor Pitfang. I'm assuming I'm going to be coming back to get him in a bit. I only have 3 of 8 opals. I wonder if the rest are up top. Excuse me, because there was a ramp over there, I think. How the hell do I get up here? There's totally a ramp. Did I find it? Bubbliness says some of this is going to hit people differently for those who have been playing since the beginning. Yeah, 20 years of storytelling. From what Metzum is saying, I'm anticipating some really big payoffs in terms of story. Like to people who've been through here since the beginning and they know all the characters and everything. Shit, is there no more of that opal stuff? Goodness gracious. My throat does not like chocolate.
Do you intend to idle all day? Back to work. You go wherever you please, don't you?
Well, I need to get more of this. Substance. Is it only mined? I know I found some outside earlier. Sure as shit don't see any more out here. It's gotta all be on inside. Oh, they drop them off the bodies. Never mind. I thought I was looking for harvestables. I seriously ate that and now I've got like a chunk of something. There we go. Yay.
You don't look busy enough. I'm still working. Are you leaving?
Help to inspire the earthen.
If that is all.
What I'll probably end up doing at some point is focus firing on some point I'll probably just focus on the earthen quests and the main quests, and that's it. But I always end up doing like the first zone completely. Same thing I did with the Dragonflight. I do the first zone completely, and then I'm kind of like, we'll pick the ones we want to do after that. I need just a little more. Oh, hello. Can't give up yet.
Need something to do? Keep me informed.
This is for the
Watch
guy
your
that's
step.
outside of the mine, who I've killed like 3 times. Am I thinking of the right guy? Outside of the mine, yeah. There he is. Bang, bang, boom. Level 73. Which means, take me to a safe place. Dungeon unlock the stone vault. You know, I still don't have a single dungeon quest. I've not done a single dungeon. I love it. I'm just cruising along doing storyline. Alright, I got a new hero point. What's up, James? This is a turn-in or something over here. Oh, this was a different quest. Hang on, I got sidetracked. I'm looking at the wrong place. Bejeweled. That's why I had the wrong quest tracked. Loving it, Howie, man. It's been some really powerful moments so far, only a few hours in. Delves are awesome.
Have you met your quota?
Oh, I'm finally going to replace a piece of gear. I did craft myself some gear last night.
Stay productive.
But I think this is the first piece of green that I'm using to replace something else. Feels good. Alright, let's work on the main quest here real quick. Since we finished up that little side quest. Yeah, I'm gonna look. I'll probably try tier 3 next time. Tier 3 felt really easy, and I was like, you know what? I would not mind trying this out on like a tier 3 difficulty just to see what it's like. I also did it when I was super tired last night. Like I never do those kind. I streamed for 11 hours yesterday. My eyes were shot. I would, you know, even this morning, because I've been streaming like 7-8 hours a day for like the last 4 or 5 days. I never do more than 3 hours a day, so my eyes are like, dude. And when I did that delve last night, I was so tired. So I look forward to doing delves again when it's a little more low key, and I'm not like in the middle of a game conference. Not gonna lie, I'm looking forward to getting back to the normal schedule on Monday. That'll be nice. The noises these guys make when they die. Howie says the graphics look good. Well, some of that is because I finally upgraded my finally went and upgraded my PC. Where did I put that food last night? Oh, there it is. I was gonna say I totally made some food last night. Are there any 80s yet? Probably. Are those goats beating up on a mushroom? Got a quest over here. Is that at that pile or is it in this? Looting a bunch of basically meat. I love it. Abandoned in the dim candlelit chamber, the parchment wrinkled and torn bears the traces of hastily scribbled research notes. Okay, are these going to be... They are. Shrooms are terrifying, man. Just like in real life. There's good shrooms and there's bad shrooms, kids. These are bad shrooms. Okay. I think I'm good to go back over here and return in.
Yes, I
Okay,
am the former Stone Lord.
let's make the poultice.
Come back and share your experiences.
Then,
Fly high.
see ya,
Right
Metro.
through.
Lips. This ore should help stabilize the core way.
May the Titans carve your path.
Conversation initiated.
I do not know how to compute this. It is only logical to accept it. She begins crushing the Fungarian flesh roughly in her stone hands. It becomes a masticated pulp disturbingly quickly. Quick, pick this with the mud and apply it to the injured.
This poultice can mend even our stone bodies. Baelgrim, your help is appreciated.
You were right. I have been remiss in fulfilling my edict.
That's cool. So he's
Now the
slowly
core
changing.
way lies in ruin. I need your help, Edelgan. Just like you needed mine.
I need Findorn and Tregor brought to the pool.
So he's gonna need a favor in return. Findorn picked up. Where's Findorn? Findorn is right over here. Carry Findorn to the pool. How do I place him in?
I speak for the unbound, but they
Seriously,
have
how do I
no
place
master.
him? There it goes.
Good. Now for Ebona. As you will.
How is Ebona doing?
She's fading.
My Stormrook can take her to Dornegal. Perhaps the healers there can help.
Baelgrim, thank you. Greetings, Outlander.
Oh, I'm gonna replace another piece of gear.
Heed the call of the eye.
Uh-oh. That's cool. That's not good, but cool.
The mountain lends us its strength.
We must follow the swarm.
Mind yourself, champion.
Take one of the rams, Baelgrim. It's no Stormrook, but it's faster than going on foot.
I have never ridden one, but how difficult can it... Whoa there!
I'll bring the unbound to the coreway. We'll meet you in Dornegal.
All right. haven't seen any additional ones that are for the earthen yet. We've got multiple things to do around here.
Communication in... sorry. Hello.
Okay, we recruited him. Are you gonna be in the mine? In the store. Assistant researcher. Did you find something interesting? I did. Doo-doo. Pick up the jar. Pick up the jar. Pick up the other jar. We're gonna take the jars for quests, yeah? I got lots of jars now. Where is this one? Better! What do you know about Baseltius? Okay. Another outsider seeking answers. Do you leave a lift, bro? Oh, I need to make sure I set my notification. I did. We're 90 minutes out. We still got time. There's a cave southwest of here.
Another interruption. Remain vigilant.
Here's the pottery. He's got follow-ups. Buried but not forgotten. Well, I'm gonna prioritize here. Are those putting into my inventory or are those quest items? Those are quest items. Oh, I forgot to equip this. Yay! Probably need to transmog. Oh yeah, those things are hideous.
Fancies? Lucky doos and looks.
Lucky doos and looks. Lucky you. quest is up here now. Oh, delve quests. Well, shit. That's cool. I didn't realize there were quests for delves. And it shows you the entry to them? Oh, that's wicked cool. I did not know you could find delve quests. I still haven't found any dungeon quests, though. I'm also not going out of my way to look for them.
Bugs. They're attacking our injured.
If you hear anything of note, let me know. Best mind your manners in the presence of a queen.
The edicts are my guide.
These cursed Nerubians.
Be
Alright,
vigilant.
they're there. Here's what I want to see. There was a quest up here. Yeah, let's talk to her. I have a curiosity I want to satisfy really quick.
Ah, a new experience. Journey far.
Alright. Let me check to see here. Where are the 3 shields? I'm not taking these quests yet. I'm looking to see. Because I haven't come across any in a while that were marked
Didn't see you standing there.
as
Bye.
Titan quests, as like Earthen quests.
So much science.
So I'm curious. There's also the blue icon ones, which I gotta figure out what those are for. I still don't know the colors of the new icons.
Hello. See you around.
No,
See
but
you
that's
later.
that's
How
council
are you?
faction, which is
Have a
important.
good one.
Yeah,
safe
those are.
travels.
Hang on, that was both for the same one: the
You need
Spirebreaker
something?
and the Mage Slayer.
Have a good one.
So those both
See you
both
later.
give council faction, which is nice. I was trying to figure out if there were any that clearly were marked as like this is an Earthen quest, because I haven't seen that yet. I've just been like randomly coming across them as I go.
Fine day for
No,
some
we already
tinkering,
talked to you,
don't
Titanic
you think?
Fisher. Like, oh, it was a different color because
How
he's
are ya?
inside.
Off with you.
That makes sense.
Have need of a storm rook? Fly high, strike true.
Alright, so she just wants you to kill stuff around. So that's just a breadcrumb quest. Well, that was a delve, right? Golgrin's Reach. There's a map legend that I'm not paying attention to. For the world map or for the... Sorry, Howie, I'm... Oh, it's right there. Hold up. Let's this again. Map legend. Hey, shit, hang on. Don't let me get sidetracked. Let me get to a safe place first. Alright, now I'm gliding. Campaign, important, meta, local story, in progress, world quest, world boss, event quest, bonus objective, rare. Okay, cool.
I read about this.
So this is with Daggerin.
Keep your eyes open.
Oh, this is a Titan-related quest. I'll get sidetracked here for a little bit. Why not? I like Titan stuff.
Oh, are you headed out?
And it's the speaker who has that really cool
Conversation initiated.
set of whatever that people are wanting for transmog. Yeah, I'm feeling a little overwhelmed with all the content. I could do what Bubbaloni is doing and just focus fire, but I'll probably end up doing that like I did with Dragonflight. I did about a week of going all over the map before I just said, screw it, I'm only doing campaign quests. We'll see how long I last here. The problem is I don't know where the earthen quests are buried. So what I was running around to do was to check. Like I said, my question, are the earthen quests always marked as earthen quests, or are some of the earthen quests tied behind quests that are not marked as earthen quests? That's my concern, because if they're locked behind quests that are not marked, like you do these 3 quests and then you get an earthen quest, like then it behooves me to clear the entire map because I want the earthen as a race. But if it's the other way around and it's literally only the earthen quests are marked, then I could kind of just go around, hail all the NPCs, and take the ones that have the earthen related stuff and ignore all the rest for when I come back as my earthen and play through as a completionist mode, if that makes sense. Because I would love to be able to ignore all the side and only do the campaign and the earthen. That's what I really want to do, is campaign and earthen on this character, because then I'm creating an earthen paladin who will come back through, and that's when I'll do all the stuff. But I just don't know how they're marked. I'm gonna go get some more coffee, and we'll be right back. Alright, well I'll tell you what guys, for the sake of my eyes and my voice, I think we're just going to focus fire this morning. Because I don't see any of these that are marked as earthen. And that's what I'm really looking for, is earthen stuff. So, hang on, it just marked it like that. Alright, we need to go. Well, I'm assuming they're all marked. I just went and looked at a couple of tweets. And since they're all clearly marked, because that's really what I need to focus on, because I got to get my paladin ready for raids.
Do
so
you require aid?
get this guy leveled up so that I can unlock the earthen.
I hope Dagger and them are done.
Pick up that cinder brew keg. I have an idea.
And then start work on my paladin.
Ha! I knew it would work. Let's light them up.
Where is she? Where is Zalatath? She must suffer for what she has done.
The core way is severed. You will never reach the Harbinger.
Alright, so she's jumping into the void after her. She's insane right now. Like, she's so full of anger. Oh, I can cast while I'm running around with this thing. Okay, I was assuming that I couldn't.
Hold on! Help is on the way! Find cover, quickly!
It is? Who's helping? Alright, we got one more of these things we need to destroy. There's one. It's not too bad, but I've been, you know, we played for about 4 hours last night. Alright, we still need to take care of more Nerubians. Ooh, these are skinnable. Okay, we've repelled the invasion. old dome in the sea. Thanar just completed that quest. That was a good quest. Run up the steps! My moose does not like the steps. Oh, where are these guys at?
Communication and...
Mountains fall on me? That was incredible. I didn't think we've been drinking that
Returning
stuff.
to task. Goodbye.
Balgrim's covered head to toe in Nerubian Icaran blood. Good work, Odile. Good gruesome work.
Conversation terminated.
I kind of want to turn the music down a little bit, guys, because I feel like sometimes some of the voiceovers and stuff are a little low in comparison. Well, the music's already down. What is that the effects maybe? Let's bring that down to 60 just to see if that helps.
Well, I'm listening.
We now know the Nerubians are in league with Xalatath, and we know why they've attacked us at Dalaran. They seem bent on destroying the Earth. Why? We need to go back to Dornogal and try to piece this together. Ooh, I'm finally starting to replace gear.
They're retreating. Your cinder brew makes for quite the weapon, Wenbrand.
Meet us at the Foundation Hall, champion. The fight against the Nerubians is far from over.
Back to the city we go, and I can probably stop off and do some crafting while I'm there. Well, that's good to know, Bobonia.
I am glad you're back, Adelgon. The council is
It's the
needed
same
here
crafting
in
system as
Dornogal
Dragonflight
more
through
than
testing.
ever.
So I wonder,
It is time we
Babylonia,
stand as one
I'm
and
just
strike
curious, are
back
all of
against
the
the
earthen quests
Nerubians.
marked up front, or are some of them buried behind side quests that are not marked? That's my only confusion point so far. Tied it behind zone completion as well
Have
is
you heard anything I need to know?
interesting. Alright, the council
We
is
will
united.
survive. We always do.
New pauldrons. We're now level 3.
The edicts must be followed.
I've devised a plan for how to organize our workers. Take these orders so that they can begin in earnest. We will meet you there shortly.
Madelgon and I will oversee the repairs. This will be no small task.
Zone exploration. Sorry, I may have misspoken. But yes, like clearing the map. So in other words, I have not cleared the Tranquil Strand part of the map yet. I would need to fly up there and clear that part of the map. The good thing is I think all of the main quests and earthen quests lead you in the general areas anyway, I think. Alright, we're going to go down into this big hole. How cool is this? Also slightly terrifying. This thing goes through to the center of the earth, man. Oh, you could do multiple at the same time. That was cool. I can't wait till we can go down, though. Like, it's really cool to do the Island of Zorn, but I'm really looking forward to getting underground Working our way down to the deep dark secrets. And I can't wait, guys. I can't wait to get my earthen. That's really my #1 objective. Like, getting this guy leveled up through the story is cool, but the earthen becomes my primary main for all the raids and stuff, so... Yeah. Go. I can't wait. Having protection. I've always, time is my... Hang on. I don't know if I remember the goblin voice. Time is money, friend! Is it goblin or gnome? I forget who does the time is money. It's the goblins, right? And I don't remember if that accent was right. It's been a while.
These repairs will be wasted if we're attacked again. We need to bolster our defenses.
We need to decide what to do in the meantime.
Very well. You are dismissed.
I know the Unbound can repair to unblock, but I don't. But I also know the Nerubians will probably attack. We need to. Okay, we need to rally the Storm Riders and form a perimeter.
I have work to do. Meet me outside the Storm Perch. We will rally the Storm Riders.
I'm not gonna lie. I'm ready for Gamescom to be over because my voice is so shot. It's been like 4 days now of just like doing 7-ish hours a day. And today, I decided today I'm not doing any video production today. I still did video production yesterday in the morning for a little bit. I'm not doing any video production today. I'm gonna do the stream and that's it, and then I'll cut stuff out. Because tomorrow I gotta do 2 streams, so I'm gonna try to keep it light today. And then Sunday only do 1 stream, and then I'm Monday only going back to 3 hours a day. That'll be fine for the meantime. Meet him outside of Storm Perch. Well, before we do that, let's go over here. I gotta remember where the crafter was. It's right over here, wasn't it? Yes. All right. I still don't have a Thunder's Hide to make that. I can only create 1. I don't have enough chitin. Oh, I wanted to get to 20. It's not going to get me there. Boo. No, I'll keep the one I got because that's got haste on it. Time is money, friend. Alright, I've got this for the guild bank. I need to go put that in the guild bank before we go any further. What the fuck was the bank? The bank was like... Was it up over in here? Oh, can I look at... Is there a filter? I would love to be able to, like, see on the big map. Okay, it is. There's... Well, no, that's... Somebody's moving around. I may need to go find a guard to remember where the bank is. This is the bank, right? Am I not? Or is this the auction hall? This is the auction hall. Bank's got to be right around here. There it is. See, I haven't even looked for the Great Vault yet. I don't need it quite yet. Guild bank. Let's go throw this in the guild bank. This will be a recipe. So we'll put this in. This is for crafting mats. I can throw this in here. Whoever's gonna do enchanting can grab it. I don't need to worry about the other one. The raid drops are a little different.
Over here. We will fly to the rookery together.
Oh, we're gonna do a dungeon? Is this my first dungeon? Shit, do I need to prep anything for my first dungeon? Because if we're about to do the rookery, I gotta pull this out as its own video. We are 1:48. What time is it? We are 1 hour out from the live stream. 67 minutes. All right, yeah, we're about an hour out. We'll probably about 10 minutes before the live stream. We will wrap up and move on over to watch stuff. Today we're getting Indiana Jones, Avowed, Space Marine 2. Lots of good stuff. Well, technically they're all follower dungeons, I think now, Lucard, unless you want to run them with other people.
It is my oath-sworn duty to protect the core.
Unless they've set this one up to be specifically a follower dungeon, which may be what you're talking about because it says right here, queue for follower dungeon.
We are the bedrock. We are the foundation.
No, I am not a tank. Why am I marked as a tank? I am a DPS. I wonder if that's why my brand was showing up as a healer or DPS, and there was no tank option. Because maybe I was marked as DPS for some reason, or I was marked as a tank for some reason. Alright, I am now queued for the rookery. Alright. Maybe in a little bit, not right now. Okay. We need to defeat 3 bosses.
Before us stands the Storm Perch, Outlander. It is the command center and rookery for all Storm Riders. This is highly irregular. Why are these Storm Rooks tethered here?
Thank the Titans you are here. The Storm Perch has been breached, and the Storm Riders corrupted. Hurry! If we free these Storm Rooks, we can fly there and try to end this madness.
So,
Outlander, with me.
Yes, I will help you. Give me a second. This right here, you see how this guy looks right here? That is exactly what I'm going to be creating very shortly. This is what I'm looking for. I'm going to be creating an Earthen Paladin who looks like this. I can't wait. I love the beard. Like, I can't wait. I love dwarves, so the idea of playing an Earthen is always really cool. Alright, so this is so for this dungeon, they've given you specific followers. Man, I really like, if this is the way they're doing this moving forward, where we're going to be able to go do dungeons with named NPCs, and they're going to be in our group as NPCs that we get to group with for follower dungeons. This is a really cool change. I don't know if they're going to do this for many of them, if they're only doing it for the main quest, or if they're just doing it for this dungeon. I would love it if it's more than just this dungeon, because that's a cool way to really get you into the story, is be like, here, the heroes are going to come with you. I'm going to let him lead, actually.
This way.
Did he just pull back? Good job, bro. God, follower dungeons are such a really good addition to the game. I don't want to always be with other people. Sometimes it's nice to just do your own stuff. And then guess what? Wednesday nights, it's D&D night, guys. Let's get together and run a dungeon. Saturday night, let's raid together. But I like options, man.
What is that orb? It's radiating dark energy, and it's affecting the storm rocks.
Yeah, I'm really excited for the Earth, and I can't wait to unlock mine. Alright, investigate.
What dark magic is this? How dare they defile their own storm rooks?
Just gonna fly it for me. Right, so it's just for the quests, like Luke had said. So when you're doing the quest version of this, you're getting the quest NPCs to go with you, but when you go back and do it like a normal dungeon, you get the normal followers from the
Goran, what have you done?
the normal followers, if that makes sense. It's a new era for WoW, says Jack Berthel. I think, you know, if you listen to if you strip away the marketing speak from some of the stuff that Chris Benson has talked about.
Investigate your Dalaran's crash. What has that traitor allowed to happen in
Hang
my
on, I gotta pay
absence?
attention to the story. He's talked about, you know, this could be, you know, hopefully going to be the next 20 years of Warcraft. The engineering that they're putting in place right now could spawn a new generation for the game, because this is like literally the addition of follower dungeons, story raids, and delves. It now gives you a total tier. You play how you want, however you want, whenever you want, and you can enjoy World of Warcraft. It's never been like that before. Warbands, everything's account access now. Everything's account wide. You know, they have streamlined the game. I mean, it could. If they can maintain their graphic fidelity over the next 10 years, then that could lead into another, you know. Oh, I'm assuming we don't want to get hit by that.
Rest well, Kyrios. You deserved a better rider than Goran.
All right.
I will deactivate Goran myself for this sacrifice.
They even marked the floor. Check that shit out. That was cool. They like jumped down here, marked the floor. All right. What are the feathers for? Oh, I see. We're supposed to get on one of these? Or click one of them. What does this do? Temporarily channel the power of the storm to crash down and energize friendly stormwreck to break free of their bonds. Not quite sure I understand. Oh, hang on. I see. Are there other ones I can't see? Or do we need to go down? Maybe. Well, because there's only the two. I guess there's one right here. So they're asking you essentially to... Okay. I understand better what needs to be done now. I was a little lost because of where we were in the map. I didn't quite understand what was going on. We will have a choice eventually, Babylonia, because they're adding, in future seasons, they've said they're adding additional delve. Oh shit, that interrupted me. Oh no! That's good to know that those can punt me down. How many of these do we have to rescue? I'm playing with mouse and keyboard for the moment because there was these things are too hard to place. Like that. Doesn't actually say how many of these we need. Is there one more? I think that's all.
Finally, I thought I'd have to fight Gorin on my own.
Come, Outlander. We will press forward and rescue who we can.
Okay. Miss anything in that room?
Their edict has been changed by some dark influence.
Well, guess what? Edict Schmedict. Woo! Getting pulled in by void magic. That was creepy.
Go, find Volkmar. He will take you to safety.
So doors are opening up along the way. We're rescuing people as we go. Put them to work. We're gonna be fine. These guys are doing a great job. Oh, I just got another recipe for the guild bank. No, I didn't. Yes, I did. It's jewel crafting. So that'll go into the guild bank. I think I've gotten 2 or 3 recipes already that have gone into the guild bank.
Come then, face me. I will stand proud on the debris of your... I command this rookery by right.
They already charged in while I'm over here looting. Y'all are cray-cray.
Your death is my directive.
Big boom time.
My valor, your ruin.
Oh, he's gonna pull me in. No! Deadly mushrooms to the face. Hammer schmammer.
Feel I deserve this power.
All right, 2 down, 1 to go. I love our bubble shield, man. So this is a really cool little dungeon.
The same dark magic that was emanating from the Storm Riders is more powerful here.
I do not like that it feels darker and colder as we go down. But there are more survivors to rescue.
That almost sounds like the guy who does...
The lift is out. If we want to keep going, we will have to go down the Storm Rider way.
God, it sounds like Varric
Follow
from
me.
Dragon Age. That might be the same voice actor.
What is that? What did Gorin bring here?
It totally sounds like him.
We have to take it down.
I could be wrong. Fire and lightning! What is this? Storm's Vengeance? Place a beacon to call the Storm Rider to assist you. Oh, so he flies in on his... and does an AoE. Okay, that's cool.
Take out the creatures channeling on that core.
We can do that. Got one more group over here. Ouch. That is a cool-looking monster.
Nothing like it. Its energies have twisted them, changing them into this.
Oh, this is what they were talking about with these. I watched this presentation today. They were talking about like the little, like bosses that are half. It's like the head and the waist and up. Kind of like little mini boss type situations. That's pretty cool. So do I jump down there to loot it? I've not died at all, Howie.
To the council.
That's a lie. I died yesterday twice because I attacked giant heroic bees that I didn't know because I wasn't paying attention because I was talking to the stream. And I died twice to to giant bees last night. But apart from that, there's not been any problems. Alright, see you, Dungeon Master Bushy. Alright, ready for turn-in. Now what they don't prompt you is how to leave, so I'm assuming we just go down over here. Fearsome says you can leave now, we'll do the cleanup. This looks like an exit over here. I could be wrong. Where's my travel form? Did it cancel my form? Oh, there was a griffin to click. I wasn't paying attention, guys. I was looking around for like exit points. Do. It needs a giant, great big glowing green thing that says click here to leave. It totally was the exit. See? I'm not stupid. I was going for the exit. But there was no obvious, to me, there was no obvious thing that said, click the griffin to get out. Alright, so now we can go turn this in. So that was my very first follower dungeon in The War Within.
I've tracked the Nerubians to a burrow near the meadery. They must be after the Cinder Brew.
Which is really cool. That was a lot of fun.
And without the Storm Riders.
I like the fact that we got to do it with named NPCs. Well, that's a cool little thing to clip out. That'll be the Rookery walkthrough video. We'll continue in the stream, obviously, but if you're watching that clipped out video, don't forget to like, subscribe, hit the bell icon. Daily streams on YouTube and Twitch. So you can watch in both places, and our stream is going on.
Very good to meet you. The eternal Titans sculpt your path.
Discuss the plan to attack the Nerubians with Bailgrim.
May the edicts guide you.
Before we do this conversation, I need a quick bio, because the coffee is like, let the coffee flow, and we have about 30 minutes left until we switch over. Alright, I got sidetracked. Chris is awake, and a bunch of chickens were out for some reason, so we had to deal with a quick chicken emergency. Oh, why do we have music going in the background? Yeah, let's mute that shit. Hopefully that didn't start too long ago, because that got nailed by YouTube yesterday in the algorithm. They were like, no, copyrighted music. It's just a time-consuming thing, because then I have to go through each video and cut sections out, mute claims, and all this other stuff. It's like, ugh. Only a couple minutes? Alright, that won't be that big of a deal. The WoW music may override it, we'll see. Alright. And they're starting their pre-roll early. Last couple of days they've only done it 30 minutes in advance. This is 38 minutes or 40 minutes in advance. All right, back to it. What's the plan?
May the Titans carve. They want the Cinder Brew? I propose we let them have it, and then ignite it.
Now hold on! That will reduce my meadery to rubble!
I will see to its repair, Wenbrand. You have my word.
Fine. But if my stock is involved, then so am I.
Excellent. Then we are aligned.
Wow, I'm gonna have to cover this. I need to write this down. There's a really interesting news article that just came out. I'm gonna have to do a reaction video to it. Hang on, let me write the notes down and then I'll talk about it. What is the name of this? So there's an article that just popped up in my feed as I sat down and my phone was beeping at me. The headline is, as game actors strike for AI productions, Amazon Games boss says we need more AI in games, not less, and it's not taking work away because for games, we don't really have acting. Now that is a clickbaity title because the actual quote, which has been pulled out of context for that title, is that the majority of the team sits in programming and that's not going to go away because that's all about innovation. So what, and this is why I want to react to this and actually dive into the piece and talk about it, because the knee-jerk reaction for people is AI is bad, it's taking jobs away. And I'm not, I am 100% in favor of the actors' strike. 100% in favor of the actors' strike against games companies to get fair compensation for the use of their likeness if a company chooses to use AI to replicate them either in voice, figure, or form. They deserve to be compensated, the actors do. Or the estate needs to be compensated if they're doing it with a dead actor. 100% for that. Negotiations need to happen. However, the boss is not wrong. When you look at how games are made, most games, let's take World of Warcraft as an example. There's no mocap here, right? So 95% of what's going on with World of Warcraft is programmers and or an art team. But let's just say it's all engine work, right? Everything that World of Warcraft has is engine work. There is voice acting. That's a tiny, 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 tiny percentage of what this game offers, voice acting. So when you talk about an actor and their performance, in terms of gaming as a whole, the quote that is very relevant here is that the majority of the team sits in programming, and that's not going to go away. So talk about innovation and how AI is innovating in the programming space. Somebody left a comment on one of my videos yesterday that they were lamenting, God, it was a video we did on AI and something. And they were saying that AI is the death of creativity. And I'm like, that's just not true. AI is not the death of creativity. I'll give you a perfect example. Me. So, I am a creative individual. I have over 20 million words in print. I have produced an MMORPG, tabletop game, point-and-click adventure game, multiple novels. Back in the day, my creative process was to fill notebooks and notebooks and notebooks and notebooks full of ideas. Time consuming, hurts my hand, hurts my eyes. How can I streamline that process? Well, now I can take ideas and I can plug them into ChatGPT, and it's going to spit out a whole bunch of stuff. That's no different than what I used to do in a journal, but now it's much more faster, and I can tweak. I could get the first round of results and go, that's not bad. What if I tweak these couple of outputs? Let's see what the next output. That's a good idea. I'm going to take that and I'm going to move it over here into the bucket of handcrafted productions. And now I'm going to go work on that handcrafted production. But the getting it from the slush pile and muddled mess of vomiting onto the paper to the bucket, that time-consuming, muddled, muddy ideas process, I don't have to spend 20 hours to come up with a kernel now. I can spend 2 hours. And anything that can streamline my creative process is a win for me. So in terms of coming up with rough ideas, coming up with rough sketches, coming up with storyboards, coming up with concepts, it has infinitely increased my creativity and my productivity as a creative individual. So I am 100% on board for the use of AI where it is appropriate. Where is it not appropriate? Fuzzy lines. I generally look at it and say, as long as it's not ruining the handcrafted process. The moment we start talking about, like if a voice, if an actor's voice is being used as a character, they need to be compensated. If an actor's likeness is being used for a performance, they need to be compensated. If the actor is any way, shape, or form being that needs to be compensated. That the actor or the estate needs to be compensated. Which is why so I don't want anybody to mistake what I just talked about. But we are going to do a reaction video to that article because that's a fascinating discussion.
We protect the people of the Isle.
Yes, Babylonia. But I would also go a step further and say, so Babylonia just said counterpoint, as innovative as Baldur's Gate 3 was programmatically, it would be a vastly diminished product without the stellar voice cast. Yes, absolutely. But I would also argue, or have a counterpoint to that, which is there are a lot of things in games that I would be okay with AI generating. And here's an example. Background chatter. So if you remember like Baldur's Gate 1 and 2, you would go into a tavern and very muted you would hear voices, like the buzz of the tavern. And it's just random background chatter, and every once in a while some phrases or words come through. I would be totally okay with that being AI coverage. It'd be no different than coverage shots in a film, right? Where they've got a bunch of extras, and in some cases the extras are peppered in with AI generated. I mean, even like Peter Jackson. I mean, when the Fellowship runs across the bridge of Khazad-dûm, that's AI. I mean, that's computer generated characters. Darth Maul in Phantom Menace, when they first meet Darth Maul and he jumps off the speeder bike to attack Qui-Gon Jinn, that was all a CG character. Like, those kind of things where it's an impossible situation to put an actor into it, or like crowd generation. Like we've been doing that for years anyway. But like I would be totally cool with like the background voices and stuff being done by AI. But like all you would never get the emotional performance that we got with Baldur's Gate 3 had you done that with AI. That's just not possible, which is why I think that in terms of that's like the handcrafted component, like, right? Like there's stuff in the background no one's ever going to notice, but then there's the stuff that's like the hero characters. That has to be done. Well, I don't think he actually states that there's no acting in video games per se. I think the quotation is being taken out of context a little bit. His literal quote is, "The majority of the team sits in programming, and that's not going to go away because that's not all about it. That's all about innovation." Oh, I guess they do have a quote, but I don't know. I haven't read the context yet. There is a further quote that I may have read earlier, which is, "For games we don't really have acting." So I think he's just referring to games in general, because some games do rely heavily on acting, and I think those are a little bit they're probably different from what the conversation is about. Like Baldur's Gate 3 is probably a different thing.
Be vigilant. Fly
anyway,
high.
That's going to be a fascinating article to
On
dive
no
into.
signal,
That'll be coming next
I'll lure
week.
the Nerubians to the meadery.
Definitely work on that
And
next
we
week.
will prepare a welcome for our guests.
Alright, sometimes it's annoying how they do that. So now we're going to go all the way over here. It's another dungeon, it looks like. This is a really cool looking place right here. I think we came up here and did quests here the other day. Yeah, Piscato, it's like AI is a great assistant tool. It's a great assistant, but it should never. It's a long way away from replacing the actual work that gets done, if that makes sense. Where is this glyph that I'm hearing ding? I don't know where that is. I'm not gonna go looking for it because that's an achievement that I don't really care about. At least not yet.
I follow the Council's directive.
Thank the Titans. The Rubians have not yet made their move to take the mead.
May the edicts guide you. I have work to do.
Let's come. Are you
The music is pretty
sure
good
this
here.
will work, Baelgrim?
It will. It has to.
I think if
let's
you
get
went
started.
and looked at the vast majority of video games that are produced, there's no acting in them. It's only AAA productions, really. And even out of the AAA productions, there's a lot of them that don't do any. Like when I think acting, I think of games like, if you've played any of the Marvel games, those games have really good acting in them. Mocap and voice acting. Like those are seasoned professionals. But I would argue that I do play a lot of cinematic games because I prefer them. But like when I was talking the other night about like going to the hospital and like the nurse, the doctors and the nurses were like, what they were, you know, when they found out I had a YouTube channel and they were asking about all this other stuff, they were all gravitating towards like games that don't have a lot of acting in them. But I think when you look at Warcraft in particular, I could understand his point. Because this game does not rely on actors at all. There are some voice performances. But yeah, Last of Us, God of War, Uncharted, there are definitely, those are the games that I gravitate towards, but those are like AAA big productions. Like, I play a lot of other stuff like Solasta. Solasta did not have the budget for high-end. A better example, I just played Robin Hood. Here's a perfect example to show you why AI is not quite there yet. I just I did Robin Hood Sherwood Builders recently, and they have a voice actor for Robin Hood, and everything else they didn't use AI, they used text to speech with some AI, and it's noticeably bad for a lot of characters. Not all of them. Some of them are okay, but some of them are bad. And that's just proof that we're just not there yet. But we may get there one day, to where at least those background things could be filled. I don't know. It's going to be an interesting thing to see. RDR2, yeah, but I mean, think about this for a minute. They spent, I believe it was close to $1 billion building Red Dead Redemption 2 over the course of all the years. There was like 1,200, 1,500 people that worked on that game. I remember it being close to $1 billion to make Red Dead Redemption 2. That is not the average game. That's the only one I could think of, Priscalo, outside of the ESO would be Star Wars Old Republic. Because that's all, but they have an animation team, so it's not mocapped, it's just voice acting. This music is really good, guys. Alright, how much time we got left? I need to stop talking and pay attention. We have 20 minutes. Can you imagine Star Wars Old Republic with like mocap? Do I have to get some fuses first? I may have to. I may have forgotten to pick up fuses somewhere. Are there fuses up top here? Hold up. How do I get up there? Oh shit, stop. Like, how am I supposed to get up here if I didn't have... Oh, I guess it's a rope you can click. Okay. Oh, I see what you're supposed to do. I'm looking for more of this. So above every one of those kegs is going to be a rope that you can click on and drag down. I thought it was like something I had to jump up and harvest. Well, good luck targeting that with the keyboard, with the controller.
It's too far away.
Really? How am I too far away to grab that? Can you click the ladder? Jesus, you can click the ladder. All right.
Out of range.
Herpa-derpa. Yeah, AI's got a long way to go, which is why I think it's only useful as a tool for the moment, you know. But the disappointing thing about the conversation, at least from Amazon's perspective, is he's not wrong about certain components within that discussion, but there is the consideration of the fact that it's a company that just flat out is like trying to not, they don't want to even negotiate. They don't want to negotiate. They're like, no, we don't, no. Like, nah. Acting's not that important to video games, so we're just not even going to bother, you know, we don't see a need to negotiate. And I think that that's an incorrect stance to make, considering the vast diversity, as is being discussed in chat right now, the vast diversity of types of acting within video games.
What is your query?
If you're just throwing all of that under the bus,
We are the bedrock.
it just kind of sucks,
We
you know.
are the foundation.
So again, I need to read through it, do a reaction to it next week.
Conversation
The
initiated.
meadery is evacuated. Let's throw a keg into the burrow.
Converse, set off the keg and hurry back to the mead yard. Then we will finish our preparations.
Alright, fire in the hole, kids.
Over here, champion. Let's burn some Nerubians to cinders.
Pew!
Return to the meadery. I'll lead them into the trap.
It is my oath-sworn duty.
The
to
swarm is
protect
on the way. Prepare yourself. Alright, time to bring the thunder, he says.
Fly.
The Nerubians will
Oh,
soon
shit.
start swarming.
What do we got here? Place.
Place our defenses in their path. The honey will slow them down, and the mead and pollen will help us tear through them. We are out of time. Come, let us get you on a storm rook.
Okay.
I follow the council's directives.
Prepare yourselves.
Okay, now we've got multiple lightning abilities.
We will keep them gathered by the kegs, thin out the swarm, and stop them from getting past us.
Alright, number 3 is for flying enemies.
From wrecking my meadery before we do.
Bailgrim, they're chewing through the fuses.
Static
Still
pulse.
have 2 fuses left. Keep fighting. Keep drawing them in.
No, they severed all of the fuses.
Stay focused. These monsters cannot leave here alive.
Oh, big boss.
Outlander, leave this to me.
Oh, he's gonna yeet me out of here.
The fuses! We can't ignite the kegs!
I must fulfill my edict.
What? Forget the edicts!
I cannot. That is why it must be me. You must guide these.
There's gotta be a sacrifice. There's always gotta be a sacrifice. That's what moves.
One last ride, then you are.
It's the crescendo. This is what I loved hearing Metzen talk about this the other day. Like sometimes you have to sacrifice characters
My
to
directive
build.
is to protect this isle and the earthen. All the earth.
That's how you know the stakes are real.
Glory to the Titans!
Oh, he just like dive bombed. Oh shit! Really cool stuff, guys. This is such a good game. Wow, they've done a good job with this expansion.
Oh, twisting paths.
Wow.
He's gone. We did it, but he's gone.
Crazy intense, guys. I love the fact that every single thing I can pick up now, I can turn it into a transmog. So I've just been going through my inventory and being like, transmog, 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 transmog. We dealt a heavy blow to the Nerubians. He was infuriating the rigid and we argued carelessly, but at the end he was a defender of our people. Go back to Merrick's. Tell him we will come soon. We just need a moment here.
The Coreway's repairs must continue. It's what Baelgrim would have wanted.
Alright, cool. Alright, well we're going to recall back, turn in this quest, and then we're going to switch over and start prep for the live stream, because we're about 13 minutes out. This is a good place to start prepping for the Gamescom stuff. Get up, do some jumping jacks, push-ups, some squats, get some cardio in. Do all the things we need to do to stay healthy. Ish. Considering I chomped a whole Snickers bar this morning. that was not very healthy. Totally hashtag worth it though.
I see you return alone, Outlander. I presume not all went well. Conversation terminated. Pity.
Alright.
Must go.
We heard the echo of the explosion from here. I presume you have found victory, but your solitary arrival suggests not all is well. Alright, so we're giving him the lowdown on what happened.
I have work to do. Tell me what has happened.
Council Ward, we
have bad news.
Okay, so I
will answer your queries.
Listen to the debrief.
We have repelled the Nerubians, but Baelgrim is gone.
I see. So he fulfilled his edict.
Not just that. He defended the Earthen, both the Oathsworn and the Unbound. More than anything, he wanted us to stand together again.
Then we will honor his memory by doing so. It will take time to fully repair the Coreway, but the Outlanders can descend to the ringing deeps.
We're gonna go down,
the
baby.
Isle of Dorn will support their
down
endeavor,
into the depths.
No matter what the edicts say. If we can bring the machine speakers back into the fold as well, then the Council will truly stand complete.
Thank you, Council Ward. Now, let's clear the last of that rubble.
Alright, let's do the turn in here.
You address the Council. I bid you welcome. Go where the edicts...
Outlander.
Ooh, I got an upgraded version of
I
those.
will accompany you to the ringing deeps. It is my home, and it too may need defending.
Are you here to chat or work?
Onward and downward. Best follow after Speaker Brinth and see what state the Nerubians have left her home in. Magri, Dagrin, and I will accompany you down in due time. Could you please robe ahead and make sure that's a warm welcome?
I dismiss you.
So, bottom of the pit in front of us is where we're heading next. But that's going to be tomorrow, everybody. Because we are switching over. Because it's time for Gamescom, day 3. Watch party. What is being shown today? Let's double check the listing here, and then I'm going to duck out for a minute and do my morning exercises. Get the blood pumping. Indiana Jones of the Great Circle, Avowed, Aura, History Untold, Metaphor, Refantazio, Sea of Thieves, 33 Immortals, Warhammer 40k, Space Marine 2. We're getting exclusive gameplay walkthroughs, gameplay demos, developer entries, and giveaways around those games. And then there's new looks at The First Descendant, Squirrel with a Gun, Wu Chang Fallen Feathers, Commander Origins, Path of Exile 2, which I'm really excited about. Taylor, we're definitely playing Indiana Jones: The Great Circle. We're definitely playing Avowed. We're definitely playing Space Marine 2. I'm possibly going to play Aura History Untold, depending on where it falls. Definitely going to be playing Path of Exile 2. I don't have a lot going on in November apart from Stalker 2 is November 20th. So if Path of Exile early access kicks off November 15th, we could get a solid few days of that in before we roll over into Stalker 2. And then I could probably kind of balance those games up until December 9th when Indiana Jones: The Great Circle releases. So my November, December, that block is pretty covered because then whatever I don't finish, I can be kind of working on all of that over the holidays. I don't know what's going to happen in January yet. I haven't heard any major releases in January at the moment. Not really usually a lot of releases that time of year. All right, folks, let's do bios and coffee and cardio and get ready for the show. All right. Got my pen, got my notebook. Chris is making breakfast. Perfect timing. We're 1 minute out. I'm hoping they start off with Indiana Jones or Avowed. That'd be really cool, man. Either way, I'm on board for it, but everything. Thanks for hanging out, everybody. If you're sticking around for the Xbox Games Pass, Xbox Gamecom's live stream coverage, thanks for being here beyond the video game. I appreciate those of you who stick around for more than just the gaming portions, and those of you who stick around for all the things that I play, because I realize that, you know, some people follow for games, some people follow per personality. I appreciate everybody, but thanks to those of you extra who stick around and follow all the things I do, whether it's on YouTube or Twitch. We're getting something right off the bat.
It's day 3 of our live coverage of Xbox Gamescom 2024, and there's so many games to talk about, Charlie, so let's dive in.
Let's get stuck in. We have games on games on games on games, including Metaphor Refantasio, the newest game from the minds behind Persona 3, 4, and 5. We're going to catch up with the team crafting the game and some of the iconic voices who bring it to life.
And then after that, we're going to be discovering what it takes to survive a plague of corrupting souls with Avowed, and then play as damned souls in 33 Immortals, which should be a great time.
Sounds like a lovely time, but now it's time to throw it over to Bex with one of the most anticipated games of the year.
Yeah, baby, starting off with Indiana Jones.
Well, if like us, you have been humming the Indiana Jones theme since this next game was announced, then you just might be as excited as I am right now.
It's my second most anticipated game after Star Wars Outlaws.
Possibly pry out of them about Indiana Jones and the Great Circle. Please welcome Machine Games design director Jens R. Anderson and creative director Axel Torvenius. Hi guys, how are you?
Hello, we're fine. Excited to be here.
Yeah, I'm super excited to be here with you and talking about indie. Shall we dive into it?
Please.
First question I want to ask you guys. Obviously, this film franchise is incredibly iconic. And how did the game come about for you guys?
Yeah, I mean, it is a bit surreal, right? We've been pinching ourselves throughout production. Is this happening? But it is, I promise. And
yeah, Troy
so
Baker's done a great job.
With, Todd Howard had been this, long-term vision and dream and ambition to do a new, interesting Indiana Jones game. He had the opportunity to pitch his core idea from a narrative point of view to Lucasfilm Games. They were also very excited about it. Then Todd took the project to Machine Games, checking in, I think you're a good fit as a studio to do this, and you can imagine the screams of joy within the halls of Machine Games.
I bet.
As we were given the opportunity to work on it. So we are super thrilled.
Super thrilled indeed. I mean, thinking about how big it is and how excited you guys are, the thrill of that must be quite a feat to work with.
Oh, I can't wait. Like, I've played a lot of
So
Star Wars over the years. I have played much less
prioritizing
Indiana Jones.
all of
So for a
Indiana
good
Jones's
Indiana Jones game to
adventure
come
from
around,
the films into the game.
It's really about putting you into the shoes of Indiana Jones, like allowing you to play out this fantasy. What would you do as Indiana Jones? And with that obviously comes the iconic whip, being able to solve mysteries, escape traps, and doing all these things that we know and love from this.
don't
iconic
forget
hero.
Venice.
I mean, I probably wouldn't choose the right chalice, but hopefully everything else in the game I'll have correct. It'll be fine. Speaking about the game then, let's talk about what the combat and maybe exploration will look like in Indiana Jones and the Great
Spiders.
Circle.
So it all comes back to the character. You know, what could you do? So combat, compared to, we come from a background of working on Wolfenstein for a really long game, like big double-wielding shotguns. This game is not that. This is much more adventure-focused game. So that means exploring more open-ended environments, having proper puzzles into the game that's challenging for the player to solve without you getting stuck, being able to scale the environment using your whip, but also, yeah, the combat. Like Indy is known for his knuckle-busting, brawler-style combat, so punching enemies in the face or even picking up a banjo and smashing them over the head. It's all about trying to recreate that really almost comedic matinee-style adventure.
Absolutely. At the end of the day, he's an archaeologist, but not quite BJ, but he does a good job with what's around him. Can't wait to get into that. Speaking of utilizing the environment, can we talk about the puzzles that we'll see in Indiana Jones and the Great Circle as well?
Absolutely. This is one of the kind of new type of features that we haven't done so much with before at Machine Games. So that was a really interesting challenge. And as I mentioned, we want to make real puzzles. We want you to be this kind of professor, archaeologist. So there's a lot of games, big games out there that kind of dumb down the puzzles for the sake of just making sure the player gets the full experience. We have tried really hard.
I love how he changed. There's nothing wrong with skipping a word, brother. I do it
like
all
we
the
have
time.
The camera and the journal to help you through the puzzle. You get to investigate and discover.
Brilliant
and if you still do get stuck, you have the camera. You can pick it up. You can snap a photo of the puzzle, and Indy will provide a little clue what you need to do.
That's
cool. You can take another one if you get deeper, so you don't have to go off to YouTube to see the solution.
Oh, dude, I don't want to pause, but he just said something very important. You don't have to leave the game to find out what you need. That is the biggest issue with a lot of puzzle-based games. You have to go to YouTube and figure it out. When they have a clue system in game where it's like, oh, you're struggling, take a picture, and he will talk you through it. That's brilliant. That's brilliant.
So there's many different components, but we feel that we are in a very, very good sweet spot at the moment where it sits.
I believe in you too. I can't wait to see them. You know, speaking about ancient temples and things, obviously we see
really cool
a whole bunch of iconic and interesting locations that Indy gets to travel to across the films too. Whereabouts in the game will us players get to explore and discover?
Yeah, so we have just the base narrative and the core story is already, it makes sure that we put the player on a global adventure. We get to visit a lot of different locations. The reasoning behind some of these locations is a twofold reason. One is, of course, that it fits the narrative, the story that we want to tell. The other one is also to make sure that we introduce new, interesting, exciting environments throughout the full
Get it done,
campaign.
Troy. Get it done.
So you will get this dynamic pacing of, wow, a jungle, a desert, mountains, you know. So we're really trying to make sure that that balance and that contrast feels exciting and thrilling at all times.
Yeah, that sounds great. I mean, a lot of us, I'm sure, me especially, I'm very excited to get my hands on that whip and take that out for a spin. Is there anything you want to share just now about whip wielding and how that can be used within the game too?
It's such an important feature. Like it's iconic for the character. So from day one, it's been, you know, incredibly important to get right. And we've had, you know, super talented engineers and animators working really hard to get, you know, the feeling of it feeling right. Like there's a mix of simulation,
it's gonna be
physical
so much
simulation
fun.
in there.
I just
There's
can't
a mix of
help myself
animation
right
that takes
now.
over.
I feel giddy.
That
like,
allows
I
you
love
to do
Indiana
all these
Jones.
things that we want to do. You can, you know, attach it to things in the environment, pull them, use it to scale walls. It's also a combat tool, so really being able to use primarily as
the
an
last
entry point
Indiana
to
Jones
combat
game I
is a
can
very
remember
good
playing
use of the whip.
was,
You can use it to disarm someone,
the
so you can
Xbox, the original
turn
Xbox,
around
there
and
was
then
an
use it
Indiana Jones
to
game.
pull an enemy into what we call clinch, so you can punch them. You know, it's a very versatile tool.
I did Fate of Atlantis last year.
Getting
That's
that
an
to
old
feel
point and click
right
which
has
I
taken
played
a
before.
lot of work. We have the audio part
Like
of it.
modern games. I
We-
played one on the
we
Xbox.
actually-
And I can't remember the name of it. Something
we
about the
actually-
Emperor's Tomb.
Super important.
Yeah.
It's such an iconic part of Indiana Jones' character. So the amount of work from broad spectrum within the team that's been working on it and working hard to make sure that it is where it is today, it's been not an easy task.
We even brought in experts, like we went to visit the Swedish bullwhip champion and our audio team went there and rigged mics and everything so we could get the sound just right and see how it's actually being used.
Oh gosh, that must have been quite the day. I love that.
Thank you very much.
Can't wait for that part personally. So let's talk about what it was like working with Lucasfilm. Obviously, absolutely synonymous with Indiana Jones and a lot of amazing IPs.
I'm gonna be eating
fans
while we watch this, guys.
in terms of authenticity in your game?
A lot. So speaking to the point of working together alongside with Lucasfilm Games has been extremely valuable and appreciated. We have been on a constant iterative basis with them, basically weekly turn. We've been in contact with them. They are the experts of the IP, they are the experts of the franchise. So seeking their guidance sometimes and making sure that we are on the right path has been invaluable and a really good experience. And speaking to what fans can expect, there are two sides to that. For people that are fans of the franchise and fans of Indiana Jones, this is absolutely your fix. This is your Indiana Jones fix, right? But when it comes to, and it's might sound weird, there are people out there that do not know who Indiana Jones is. We are capturing them also, because at the heart and at the core of Indiana Jones and the franchise is a fantastic world of deep narrative and a great adventure. So there is something for everyone in there.
Think about the people who have played Uncharted.
So well, guys, I would love to know if there are any parts of the film that you also emulate in the game, or if you could maybe share us a little bit of Easter eggs if you have any.
Well, it wouldn't be a proper Easter egg if we spoiled it ahead of launch, so you have to play it for yourself. But as Axel said, there's a wealth of indie trivia and lots of really cool things to discover in the game. So
if you know type thing.
You will not be disappointed if you're into that.
Amazing. Well, guys, thank you so much for chatting with me today. Finally, last question. When can we get our hands on Indiana Jones and the Great Circle?
December 9th.
Okay, Christmas wish list sorted then. Very good and very nice. Jens, Axel, thank you so much. Enjoy the rest of your Gamescom. It's been such a pleasure chatting all things indie. I shall don my hat now as well. I think that's only right. And remember, you can pre-order your copy of Indiana Jones and the Great Circle ready for December 9th. Excitement has been building for this next RPG since it was announced back in 2016.
Avowed.
Now, this brainchild of some of the minds behind the Persona series
no, never mind.
is nearly
You're talking
ready
something
to
different.
launch. Enjoy
Avowed was also announced like forever ago
too.
Never mind. I thought they were going to go into Avowed. Alright, they're going to go into Persona 3. I'm going to keep eating my breakfast, everybody.
Only the one who has earned the people's support is fit to be king.
People may struggle to trust a king whose face they do not know.
I want to protect this country and its people.
The city of Rhylehaven.
If you get rid of the culprit, I will appeal to the people of this town to support you.
Yeah, I'm not a huge... I don't play a lot of Persona games as well.
Bigger face on the rock. Traveling from one nation to another, well, there's all sorts of life-threatening danger on the way.
Can you smell it? There's change in the air. Looks like we've got Sanctifex Forden in the lead.
Yeah, that makes total sense, Bubble, yeah.
Hot on his trail.
You dreamt of utopia. You saw the tribes united as one.
crowd who have never supported you. How are you going to respond to them?
They've certainly got epic music. Metaphor.
ゲームズコムにご来場の皆さん、こんにちは。メタファーリファンタジオディレクターの橋野桂です。本日はご参加いただきありがとうございます。ただいま2024年10月11日の世界同時リリースに向けて最終調整に挑んでおり、現地へ行くことができずとても残念です。今日は私からこれまで皆さんからいただいている応援コメントや感想とともに本作の魅力をいくつかご紹介させていただきます。まずは皆様にご注目いただいている本作のあらすじについてです。メタファーは本作の舞台であるユークロニア王国の王が殺されるところから物語が始まります。この世界では王族や権威のある人物が王になることが主流でしたが、突如国民から最も人気を得た人物が次の王になることができるという王選挙魔法が発動され、物語が大きく進んでいきます。現代風に言えば選挙のようなものでしょうか。主人公は王を目指し旅をします。いろいろな場所に赴き、さまざまな人々と出会い成長を重ねます。もちろん主人公以外にもさまざまな種族の人物が立候補します。一番人気になれば誰でも王になれるわけですから、とんでもない公約を掲げる人も出てきますし、ユニークな戦いや騒動が繰り広げられることになります。選挙をめぐる物語をぜひゲームの中で体験してみてください。次にユーザーの皆様からは、主人公が王を目指す道中で楽しめる旅体験への高い関心を寄せていただいています。今作はさまざまな経験や出会いが主人公の王の資質を成長させます。どんな行動も無駄にはならず主人公の成長につながる、これは非常に重要なポイントです。凱旋車での移動の最中、仲間とチェスのようなゲームを楽しむこんな何気ない仲間との交流からも
Shout out to supportive
近づ
spouses
くことになります。
or significant others,
また
guys.
舞台であ
Make
る
sure you
ユー
thank
クロ
them
ニ
for
ア
the
王国
things
の
that
さ
they
ま
do
ざま
for
な
you.
ロケーションにも多くのご注目をいただいています。
Not only did
旅
she
の
spend
道中
like
で
12,
訪れ
13
る
hours
街や
yesterday
雄
working
大
on the
な
catio
自然では
outside in the
多彩
90
なアクティ
degree
ビテ
heat.
ィを体験することができます。
She made
モ
me
ンスター
breakfast
大
this
樹のサ
morning.
ブクエストはもちろん、ある街ではクリフダイビングを楽しむことも可能です。メインストーリーを進めると後から開放されるアクティビティもありますので、プレイヤーの皆さんはぜひいろいろな場所を巡っていただけると嬉しいです。それらゲームの中での選択一つ一つが仲間たちとの絆を育み、主人公の成長につながります。どのような日々を過ごすのかはプレイヤーの皆さん次第です。さまざまな楽しみ方ができるようこだわって作っていますので、ぜひ楽しみにお待ちいただけると幸いです。そして予約購入をしていただくと冒険をより楽しむための豪華な特典がゲットできますので、ぜひ事前予約をしてください。最後に本作の特徴を一つお話しします。メタファーでは会話中プレイヤーが選んだ選択肢を主人公がボイス付きで喋ります。これは私がこれまでに作ってきたペルソナ5などの作品よりもさらに主人公に個性を与えたかったためです。プレイしていくうちに親近感と愛着が増していただけるようこだわって作りました。ぜひ新たな主人公を愛していただけると大変嬉しく思います。それでは Xbox チームにお戻しします。ありがとうございました。
We've just heard from the developers. Now let's meet some of the voices of Metaphor Refantasio. Joining me now are Kristen Atherton and Stuart Clark. Thanks so much for joining us here at Gamescom. How are you finding it so far?
Oh, mate, it's been overwhelming in the best possible way. Like, I've never been to an event like this, which it's like gaming theme park.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Like every area is themed. I'm looking at the World of Warcraft section now, and it's just like it looks like this themed attraction. People are queuing. They've got incredible rides. There's games. Like I just want to go out and explore.
It probably
like,
is, Bubble.
As soon as this is done, I just want to go and I want to find some cool things to go experience.
I mean, you walk in for the first time and it's just, you almost want to just stand and take it in. It's
as far
just
as I
a
understand
spectacle.
it, it's like
and
a
people walking around in costumes,
Yeah,
you know,
yeah.
I want to stop
Genre.
every single person and go, You look incredible. Wait, you look incredible. It's such a wonderful atmosphere. We're having such a brilliant time.
Yeah, it's one of the best things, just wandering around the booth, seeing
America
all the
does
games.
the blonde.
Let's talk about your game, because both of you play some
Well, I guess
incredible
there's multiple countries
characters
that do the big,
in the game.
big-titted
Stuart,
blonde.
Do you want to start off with who you're playing
thing.
and tell us about your character?
I can totally start, yeah. Okay,
Bunny girls,
so
Playboy.
I
Yeah.
play
Bunny
Leon
girls are a
Stroll,
thing in lots of different places.
he is your first ally. He is your brother in arms, your ride
Furries.
or die, your main man, your special dude. I'm
Furries
running out
might be a
of ways to
specific thing,
describe
but
it.
then again,
He
we've
is
got
like your first and foremost.
bronies. We have bronies in the
runs
United
in
States.
very early. He is like a country noble. Who
Isn't that what they're called? Bronies,
Basically,
I think?
he's a man of the people. He's got this idealized version of what a noble should be, how a noble should act, how they should interact with the world. And it's an idealism that isn't always matched by the world that he exists within. And he butts up against that a lot. And I think it's so refreshing for him to find the protagonist and for them to share this kind of forged in fire experience early on, where they find that their ideals align and their motivations align, and he is able to join him as that first ally. Like his mouth gets ahead of him sometimes.
Yeah.
He's forthright. He will if he doesn't like you, he'll tell you. And if there's a grudge, he's going to keep that grudge. But if you're on the right side of him, he is your best friend.
It sounds like everyone needs a Stroll in their life.
I think so. I think so.
I agree.
Kristen, what about your character?
Well, if you need a Stroll, you certainly need a Hulkenberg. Iselin Hulkenberg is, she was a knight originally, and she was the bodyguard of the royal family, the prince, and
yeah, but
she
they full on dress up and everything.
Extraordinary sense of
they dress
honor
up in
and of her sort of
pony
her duty
costumes,
to
and
the
they have
royal family.
conferences
And
conventions,
when we
and
meet
there's
her,
some freaky
she has
stuff
this
that
enormous
happens.
wound because she was not able to protect the royal
Same
family
thing
in
with
their
the
hour of
furry-
need. And so
furry
when we
furry
meet her,
fandom.
you get a feeling of she needs to redeem herself. You know, she needs to prove that she is the great knight, the great warrior, and she has your back. She is front and center. You want Hulkenberg to be fighting your corner. She takes herself very, very seriously. She's maybe not the person you want to play a practical joke on, because she will not get it. However, you do want to go to a bar with her and eat some weird food, because she likes her weird food.
Weird? What kind of weird food are we talking about?
I mean, I don't want to drop any spoilers, but basically...
Huge spoilers. Huge spoilers.
Oh yeah.
Hulkenberg's cuisine.
Yeah. I don't want to ruin her maybe one joke of the entire game, but yeah, she will eat what pretty much no one else will eat.
That is fair enough. It's pretty much me at Gamescom. I was just going like, oh, what have we got, like, going around the town.
Yeah.
But one of the hardest things I find when with any prep for building these characters is, what are you given beforehand? Are you shown like images? Are you kind of given extra details so that when you're going to build this character, what's the approach for you?
That's a good question.
Yeah, it is a good question. Honestly, Benny, it can vary massively from project to project in terms of where you are in the recording process when the game's being developed. So it might be that you come in further along and there's so many assets. You can see full cutscenes, you'll get full rendition of the world. Or it can go completely the other way and you're basically performing to an Excel spreadsheet. And everything is having to be conjured by your brain. I think with this one, it was sort of an in-betweeny stage where when we started the project, there was very little. There was like nothing to go on. I remember Scott, the localization director, was sort of describing these things, describing humans, human monsters, and I was like, okay, yeah, right, I get it. Do you get that? Yeah, yes, Stu, yeah, I get it. I didn't really get it. But then the assets start coming in, and you start seeing these animatics, these cutscenes. There we go, there's one. And you start to see the scale. You start to understand, like, oh, wow, this is not what I pictured. These are not traditional monsters. This is not a traditional fantasy world. It's when the assets did start coming in, and especially when we started dubbing cutscenes and stuff like that, then I started to go, oh, this is different. This is like a different experience.
I wonder how that changes your
fantasy-wise to
performance
anything
as an
I've
actor
done before.
if you make that realization
a lot of the
midway
monsters,
through the
they're
process.
almost like Hieronymus Bosch.
Oh, now I get it,
kind of,
because I see the art.
Creations. They look sort of beautiful and terrifying at the same time. You know, I don't know about you. When I auditioned for Hulkenberg, I was given this is what she looks like, and a lot of kind of descriptive, kind of characteristics. And very quickly, I look at that and go, well, I look nothing like that. So you have to really imagine, you have to pretend every time you're in the booth. One of my directions was, you've got a six-pack on. Your armor is a six-pack. And, I'm a sweet little English rose, so stuff like that helps me massively.
No, it must be a lot of fun, though, getting into those roles, because they're, like, as you said, such different characters to what you've done in the past.
Yes, 100%, 100%. There are a couple of moments in the game that are huge battles, especially for a character like Hulkenberg, and I'm quite an extra performer. I like going big, and a lot of the directions that I kept being given was, Kristen, you're very good at fighting these battles. Things hurt less. Do less. Do less. Do less. There are a couple of moments, again, I don't want to spoil big dramatic moments where I was screaming, and the performance directors are going, Kristen, less, less.
It's always said, though, it's better to go less than be like, oh, more.
100%.
Yeah, because that's one of the things I've always seen is, like, if you've got more, you can kind of like take that step back and kind of get what you are after.
Yeah, good point.
I didn't get any do less direction. So what I'm hearing is that Stroll feels every attack, and he feels.
I'm reading Discord while these guys are talking.
Like,
just catching up on things. Our guild Discord is blowing up right now. I'm trying to catch up with all the general chat, World of Warcraft stuff, and we haven't even hit the regular shit.
And voice work. When you're going into that and you're kind of prepping to do the recordings, because like even backstage we're doing like little warm-ups in the morning, like with like the whole Xbox team that are doing the hosting, like doing like red lorry, yellow lorry, green lorry, like bite my burger, all this like stupid stuff. Right, is there anything particularly you were doing to get yourself into the like kind of like mindset before recording, or like any prep?
What game is this?
Okay, less of a vocal exercise, but I tell you what I did
Metaphor?
do throughout the recording process.
I forget the second part of the title.
The
Metaphor
studio
something.
was a little bit outside of London, so I always had a train journey to go. And I played through the entire of Xenoblade Chronicles 3 on my Switch, because it just got me
Metaphor
in that kind
Fantasio.
of RPG mindset of like listening to other voice actors, enjoying what they're doing, feeling inspired, and getting me in that zone. So that was kind of my prep. Was more of a mental prep of just like getting you into the world of like fantasy, JRPG, that kind of thing. I found that actually really, really helped me.
Yeah.
No.
I like to listen to computer game soundtracks when I'm on my way. It's very tempting. You're walking around, South London, and you hear this epic music in your ears, and you're like, I am a warrior. Yes, all of you should fear me. And actually, as soon as you take the music out, you're like, I am not fearsome or scary. But yeah.
Honestly, it's been so much fun, like just kind of like seeing how you approach these characters.
That's what separates real actors from
I can't wait to play the game
others,
myself as
I
well.
think, is
So thank you so much for both of you coming and joining us and like finding about the process and hearing about your characters. And a big
set
thank you, and I
pieces
hope
help.
you enjoy the rest of the
Everybody's
game
got
and
a
get a chance to
process
get
that
around
I
the booth
think
as well.
would get into.
So remember as well, the epic story of
Some people
Metaphor
it's costumes.
Refantasio
Some people
unfolds
like there's
when
been
the game
actors who
launches
talk about how they don't
October
feel the
11th.
character
So
until
check
they're
out
finally
pre-order
in the
and get
makeup
ready
with the
for
wig in the
adventure. Coming up,
costume.
the team from 33 Immortals
Then-
stop by to help
then
us
they're
join the
finally in
rebellion
character.
in this unique 33
Whereas, like, I think
co-op.
Sigourney Weaver
And
may have
later,
said
we'll
it.
give you
I
the
forget who it
ultimate
was, but like somebody's
experience
talking
with
about like
Avowed
the acting
demo,
to a tennis
only
ball
seen
is like one of
here
the hardest
at
things you're ever
Gamescom.
gonna do.
And remember, Avowed will be
I know,
available
I'm
on
just-
Game
I'm
Pass
just-
day one. So
I'm
get
being
ready.
sarcastic.
And a great way to get ready is to take advantage of an offer from Xbox Game Pass. Get new games on day one like Call of Duty.
I've done a lot of
Black Ops
acting in
6
my
on
youth.
October 25th. Play some of the biggest games
It was
of the year,
it's
and also
kind of the one
you'll
regret
partner
I have as
benefits
an
from
adult
Riot
is that I
Games
didn't
and EA
pursue
Play.
acting
And
beyond
if you're not already a Game Pass member,
stuff I did
you
when
can
I was a
join
kid.
right now and get your first month of PC
Is
Game
it
Pass
possible
for
to act like an
$1
actor?
or €1. This offer
But
won't
no, I
last
think that
long,
everybody has
so
a
act now.
process.
But also, now we turn to a nutty puzzle
Some characters
platformer
are easier
that
to get
trades
into.
acorns for ammunition. Welcome to the
From
wild
my
world
limited
of
experience.
Squirrel with a Gun.
My name is Dan DeAntremont.
I
game
didn't have any
director for
issues getting
Squirrel
into
with a
character
Gun, the
for
game where you
like
play as
normal
the
real life
neighborhood's most
characters, but like
obnoxious
fantasy
rogue,
characters.
committing crimes and causing mayhem
I
in
need-
pursuit of golden acorns.
I need the
and
weapon.
I'm so excited to share a bit about what makes
When I
this
have a
nutty
weapon in my
sandbox
hand,
shooter
when I have
and
the
puzzle
sword or the
platformer
bow,
so special. The core of Squirrel with a Gun is in
that's
its
when I'm
nutty
in it.
sandbox gameplay.
So I get it.
We had
The
to make sure
costume-
the gameplay was as crazy as the concept. You play as an unhinged animal as it wreaks havoc on the world around you as
But
you
voice
explore
actors is
and
another thing,
complete
man.
hidden objectives.
That's a level
You
of
can be a
acting.
nice
I don't know that I
squirrel and ask for
I can
snacks
do it when
and
I'm
pose for
reading.
photos. You
because
might get some rewards for wholesome
I'm doing voice acting around
helping a bride find her missing groom,
games that
shooting
have already
some hoops,
done other
going
voice
on a
acting,
little
so
water
I have
adventure,
like
and heading to the skate park to show off some tricks.
There's
You can
someone
also
else to
choose be a
bounce off
nuisance,
of. Like if I'm
pestering the
playing
community,
Rogue Trader,
like running
there's
them
already
over
voiced
with your little
characters. So
RC
when they come
car,
to an unvoiced
giving someone a
character and
shave,
I can
riding
slip
the
into that
drone,
character,
doing a
it's
showdown
easy because
with
I'm already
Wild Bill, the
like
cowboy.
literally just stepping
There are so
in
many different ways you can
alongside some
interact
other
with people in this
who've
game,
already, you know,
and a
who
lot
already
of hidden
trained the
side
voice.
quests to complete.
But it's a
with
lot harder
NPCs
when there's
in
no voice
exchange for the
characters. When you're
highly
trying to figure it
desirable
out. It's like,
golden acorns.
who's this
Regular
character supposed to
acorns
be?
and the
Am
rare
I-
golden
am I
acorns are used as
getting the right
currency
tone?
to unlock new weapons or other
Then we're not in a
interactable
storage
items,
studio
like
where I've
your
got a
RC car.
casting
This game also has
director
a
or
lot
a,
of
excuse me,
clever
a
puzzle
performance director
platforming. Not only
telling
do
me,
you
hey,
jump
could you
and
do the
climb
next one
around
with a little
like a
more
normal squirrel would,
confusion?
but because the squirrel
Like this is
often
supposed to be
equipped
this
for
thing where you're
combat,
not quite
you
sure
can
what
use a
this
gun's
is. You
recoil
sounded like
to
you were a little
boost
too
its
sure of
jumps.
yourself in that take.
This feature is
Give me one where
utilized
you're
in
more,
various ways
you
based
know,
on which gun you are holding,
puzzled,
and sometimes
confused
you
with
need a
what's going
specific
on. Like,
weapon to help you navigate.
so
the
you never
puzzle.
know if you're
For
gonna nail it
example,
when
you
you're
wouldn't
doing
be able to get the acorn on top of this roof
voice
without a
acting green
shotgun to
screens
blast
and
you up
stuff.
there.
You
had
only
a
did
lot
one
of
green
fun
screen and
making
hated it.
each
I've
puzzle super
never done a
unique.
green screen.
There's a minefield that you have to sneak through to get the rewards
Other than
on
my
the
own,
other
which is
side.
not the same
The
thing.
neighborhood itself has all sorts of backyard puzzles, like getting some air with bouncy umbrellas, or getting low in the crawl space maze. Some of them can get a little crazy. You can take to the sky on a
Squirrel
bouncy
with
castle
a gun.
and head underwater to get some rewards. Let's take a quick pause in the gameplay to show off some cosmetics we've been working on to style up our squirrel. My favorite outfit is the diving suit because it lets you explore a hidden underwater cave that you otherwise wouldn't have access to. A few of the cosmetics even have tactical effects. Wearing a bomb suit will reduce explosive damage, and the sparkler hat can light propane tanks on fire. And of course you can't have a squirrel with a gun without the gun. There's 7 different weapons to unlock in the game, each with its own unique takedown and jump boost. You can learn more about them by watching our previous
acorn
Arsenal
explosion.
trailer. Each one is a blast. I hope you learned a little something about how squirrels can wield weapons and cause chaos. And I can't wait for all of you to get your paws on this passion project of ours.
Bosses in Path of Exile 2 come about 2 major ways. You obviously have the more traditional approach where you create a narrative and you design a boss around that narrative.
No noose this time. I'll remove your head myself!
The Iron Count. Sorry, I was taking notes. I want to cut this out, probably.
The second way, which I think is something that can be very unique and create some of the more interesting encounters, is letting the creative genius of our artists do what they need to do. They can come up with something completely abstract, and this is how you get some of the most awesome things, because all of a sudden it can be something with 100 tentacles or 9 limbs or no limbs.
This studio has one of the coolest histories in the
teeth,
history
or
of
none,
indie
and
studios.
Obviously, things
Going
that
from
aren't
2
even
dudes
in my
working in a
imagination.
garage to a Kickstarter that funded 12 people to then expand to 20 people to then expanding to 100 plus to then getting Tencent interested to come in and buy like a majority share in the company, but leave them with creative control but allow them to expand their team to hundreds strong. Very, very, very.
Well, a boss in
they were a
Path of
case
Exile 2
study
ultimately is the
for our
culmination of
pitch deck when we were
decades of
pitching to investors
experience,
for the MMO.
making hundreds, if not thousands, of bosses in its predecessor, taking all that knowledge together, and puts it in a package that delivers the best of what could possibly be of boss encounters in an action RPG environment with bosses that are utilizing Souls-like mechanics. Despite the fact there's over 100 bosses, and more to come, a lot more to come, every single boss fight is completely unique, hand animated from scratch. It is designed from scratch, it is balanced from scratch, and it doesn't reuse a single asset in our library or anything like that. One of the main challenges
Yeah, the first
balancing
one
boss fights in Path of Exile 2, especially compared to its predecessor,
had its
you
the
have
first
to, in
one
a
had its
single
issues. I'm
attempt,
hoping that
reduce
they've
the boss
worked
from
out
full
most of the
life to
kinks
zero
for
in order to
PoE 2.
then progress through. If a player cannot defeat them now, then they're stuck. It is very, very important to us that Path of Exile bosses, mechanics, especially around telegraphing, feels fair to the user, as opposed to them being cheated out of something when they happen to die. We want to make sure that hitboxes are accurate, and of course, when something hits you, it feels like it hits you. It ultimately makes it feel that much more satisfying when you kill it, and you feel that much more pride.
Oh my
when
God!
You,
Run
able
away
to
from the
overcome
red
something difficult,
dots!
knowing that the game hasn't
That
robbed
was
you
brilliant.
of this thing. At the end of the day, you want to see that healthy balance where some people are struggling, and you want to see that moment, that second-hand moment where someone overcomes that challenge and is so happy for doing so. And so I'm looking forward to that.
Origins of a Boss. We will be definitely playing this on the channel, everybody. November 15th, I believe, is early access.
Experience, we have been giving away prizes all week, and now it's time once again for one of you lovely lot to win something truly awesome. If that sounds like music to your ears, then head over to twitch.tv/Xbox for your chance to win the Riffmaster wireless guitar. It's so perfect to play music like a true rock star in Fortnite Festival, and of course it's compatible on Fortnite Festival across Xbox Series X and Xbox Series S consoles. Now head to chat and rock on. Okay, now it's time to catch up with the minds behind Wu Chang Fallen Feathers and take a look at a never before seen piece about the inspiration behind this epic title.
大家好，我是林哲科技的创始人之一，也是明末冤虚之语的制作人夏世元。林哲是一家位于成都的游戏公司。成都有非常丰富的历史底蕴和传统文化，这里有神秘的三星堆，有脍炙人口的三国故事，也有大量的历史建筑和文物。我们在这片土地上生活和工作。作为游戏从业者，我们很希望能够把这些独特的东西带给大家。游戏的故事背景设定在明朝末年的1647年，张献忠刚死，川蜀地区正迎来它最黑暗的时期。由于战乱和羽化病的出现，这个地区就变得非常的险恶。我们为羽化病撰写了属于他自己的架空历史。从蜀王杜宇时代起，经历了汉唐、宋末以至明末，每逢战乱的时候，羽化病就会出现。我们把这些信息分享到了游戏的资源片语当中。
With the where they had it was Chinese mythology, medieval Chinese mythology with a zombie infestation that was because of a plant that they found in the wilderness. They ran 2 or 3 seasons. I can't remember the name of it now.
整个事情的真相。
Because they were blending real life locations and sets and costumes and everything else with this zombie plague type thing.
其实和我们的游戏类型是极为契合的。我们希望把更多诸如胡金铨武侠电影的质感和这种黑暗的背景做结合，利用这种强烈的冲突去创造出独特的美术氛围。在这种美术的基调之上，我们就可以通过更多的非线性的关卡设计，或者说是包括一些垂直的关卡设计，去增强冲击力，然后去做更多的场景叙事，营造 一种故事感，让玩家能够在体验游戏的时候沉浸其中，或者说是让玩家在游戏中每走的一步路都能够感觉到这个世界是活着的。当然，明末作为一款架空世界的游戏，我们依然希望能够给玩家呈现一个具有明末特色的游戏体验。
If this is going to be an RPG, I might have to play this.
玩家将在游戏中接触大量历史中存在的或大或小的人物，比如像张献忠及其4大义子。 拉近玩家和传说之间的距离，通过这种大背景下人的抉择，去展现人性中的光明面，把更多关于传统武侠的概念的思考留给玩家。 游戏开始的时候，其实给玩家提供了一个容错率非常高的区域，允许玩家慢慢的熟悉游戏当中的一些独特的机制。玩家会跟随无常的视角，发现自己回到了阔别已久的故乡。玩家需要帮助无常去寻找失去的记忆，与游戏中遇到的各种各样的角色进行对话互动。但是在前期，玩家可能不会意识到前期的每一个抉择其实都是非常关键的。
Hang on, let's look at this.
游戏前期其实为接下来的旅程制造了大量的悬念和铺垫。我们相信这会勾起玩家的好奇心。随着游戏剧情的深入，特别是到了游戏的后期，玩家会产生一种恍然大悟的感觉。
Based on the webtoon series, The Kingdom of the Gods.
实体扫描是一个非常好的方案，因为扫描技术可以把时间的痕迹很好的记录下来。四川还有周边地区存在着大量的明代古建筑以及少数民族的建筑和村落。我们为了去把属于这个时代的特征带给大家，大量使用了像激光扫描仪、相机、无人机等各种各样的设备，去获取物体表面复杂的几何信息，从而生成这些复杂的模型，让它们能够进到游戏当中。这样的话，玩家就能够在游戏中行走在这些过去的时间当中了。战斗方面，我们为了做出一些自己的东西，从电影和传统武术中吸取了大量的灵感，设计了很多武器和流派机制，让游戏的核心战斗在不偏离本味的基础之上，能够更加的具有动作性和策略性。比如我们的双刀就借鉴了武侠电影，双刀的部分招式在和对方拼刀的过程当中，能够偏斜对方大部分的伤害，并且造成伤害。但是如果这个时候玩家的体质太弱，那么则无法续航。所以说这个时候一般会选择一些 T 技作为组合去弥补核心机制的不足，进而这种不同的搭配就会造成玩家各种各样的 build。我个人其实比较关注玩家在战斗中和怪物的交互和反馈机制，所以说在战斗系统的核心设计方面，我们强化了战斗方式的多样性和策略性，针对不同的招式。应该说是针对不同的怪物的招式设计了更多的解法，力求丰富玩家的战斗体验。武术指导在参与项目的过程中，会根据游戏的动作去进行包装，然后最终确保效果是符合预期的。我们的动画师将根据武术指导的设计，再进行2次调整和制作，这样最终游戏的动作就可以在游戏性和观赏性中间取得一个比较好的平衡。当然，首先很高兴能够时隔数年再和广大玩家见面。这个宣传片的主题其实是说从人堕落成怪物。这个主题更多是希望表达游戏中的一个主旨，就是一切的力量都是等价交换，玩家也会随着无常的旅程，看到游戏中大大小小的人物为了自己的执念染指了未知的力量，造成了非常可怕的后果。然后宣传片中出现的 BOSS 其实和无常是有血缘关系的。游戏中家庭的这个主题也将在这个人物的剧情中得到体现。随着距离我们2025年的发售越来越近，我们还会陆续给大家带来更多的内容。感谢大家的关注和支持，我们会和505 Games 一道紧密合作，尽快把更多的内容带给大家。
Nothing is forever. Wu Chang, Fallen Feathers. Wu Chang.
It was one of our favorite titles when it was announced last year, and now it continues to make headlines in the run-up to
the first word. Wu Chang is a Souls-like action RPG.
We have Thunder Lotus producer Nicolas Godin. Bienvenue à la Gamescom.
Ah,
Ça va?
Unless it has adjusted difficulty.
Thank you very much. Gamescom is awesome. Your booth is awesome. It's very impressive.
And you actually were here last year with 33 Immortals on our Gamescom stage.
Yes.
But yeah, it's been a year, it's been a minute. Could you give us a refresher on the ABCs?
I'll give you a little recap. So 33 Immortals is a co-op action roguelike game where you join the fight with 33 players with you. And then the goal is to fight masses of monsters and epic bosses, and all that in a raid, pick up and raid. It's all we call it, the pick up and raid vibe. Where we
When's the launch date on that, Dot? The new Assassin's Creed? Because I skipped Mirage because I was too busy. But I've played pretty much every game in that series other than Mirage. And I think I skipped.
We are very happy to mention that Phil was our first community member since he played last year. But to be fair, he was really
like the one that was during
nice
the United,
with us.
like
he
the early
American, he was
like,
very he's our fan. We love him.
Or something.
And it was a good moment with him last year.
And you got community testing now under your belt as well. So could you tell us more about the reactions?
Yes, it was interesting throughout the whole year. We had a closed alpha and a closed beta. For the closed beta, we were very surprised. We had around 47,000 players. We weren't expecting this at all, but we are very grateful and happy to have all these players joining in. And it was nice because we also had a survey in it, and we asked them, would you recommend that game? You know, this classic, would you recommend it? And we were very happy to hear that 94% of them would recommend it. So for us, it was clearly a big success.
Congratulations on that.
Thank you.
And those community testings can be very revealing. So what did you learn about that for your game, and how does your team evolve things before release?
Yeah, indeed, we learned a lot. First of all, we confirmed that our core game mechanic is working very well. The fact of playing with 32 players as a big group in the world, at boss fight,
November 15th. Shit, that's the same day that
people
PoE 2
appreciated all the
drops
co-op
early
mechanics.
access.
The boss fight, again, they were very appreciated. And also, it's something very TLG-like. Is that we know
you know
we
what would be a really probably
art,
a better
gorgeous animation,
a good strategic
gorgeous art everywhere.
move.
It's really our I'll say our like tagline when you talk about Thunder Lotus, and we respect that and people appreciate that. It was very good. On the other end, we also had tons of feedback, and that was good because we needed
probably
feedback,
do AC
obviously.
Shadows.
And we know that we have to still work on the combat. The combat is such a big thing in our game. We want to make it more snappy. We're also going to work on some like
Indiana
tutorials
Jones
at the beginning to
and
make
save
it more clear
PoE
for
for
players.
January.
We want to work also again on
January is
some
going to be a
features we
dry
have in
month for
we'll
content.
pin them up to make sure that
Pillars
people
of
have all the
Eternity
tools
2
to
early
communicate
access
with
would
each
be
other
a
very
cool
easily.
thing to dive into.
And
It'd
the
be
last
about a
of
month
it is
beyond.
also all about the difficulty.
Be past the
We
holiday,
want to
like
make
6
sure
weeks
that
out
every
from their
player
early
will be
access
able
launch
to
date.
jump
That would give them
in
time
and
to
enjoy
patch
the
more
game
stuff in.
with the right difficulty level. Right now, it was a bit too difficult.
So yes,
I think so, Super
especially
Pescado.
raids
It
can
looks
be
like you can
very
have 33
difficult,
people
They can
in.
be very demanding, sometimes elite. And do you have a different approach on that in the game?
But you said it exactly. Like raids,
I agree, Dot.
raids in games, people will have the conception that you really
Give
have
me
to
all the
dedicate
Shattered
yourself. You have
Space
to take time. You
DLC.
have
Give
to
me all the
grind
Star Wars
and, like,
Outlaws.
make your character
Give me all
more
the Indiana
powerful. Have a group
Jones.
that will show up at the same time.
Everybody who
We
wants
want
to
take
cry
another,
about it, it's
like,
gonna be
vibe
woke
at this. We want to make sure that people can just open the console, go in our Darkwoods hub, equip a weapon, equip beautiful capes and ornaments.
Someone
because that's
literally
important.
wrote.
And then,
Did you
like,
did
just
you guys
jump
see? I
in
think it
at
was
the second you're
Screen
in
Rant.
the world. You are
Docked.
with 32 other players and you play together. This is really our take on the pickup and raid, and we wanted to make sure that
What's the new game
will
that's
be
out right now?
easy to access, but yet still be
monkey
challenging.
game.
And this is
That
our
I'm
biggest
blanking on
challenge,
the
I would
name
say, because it's easy to make just a game that is very easy, but it still has to be fun, challenging to the player. So this is really our focus in the past few months, where we want to make sure that our game will be perfectly balanced for this, yet
So
very
Black
accessible.
Myth Wukong, right? Like I think it was Screen Rant docked them points off the review because the reviewer came in and said, "This game has no diversity. There's
we
no
know that
women."
Tutorials, we have this kind of torture chamber
Like
where
they
you
docked
have
it
to die.
points on the
We
review
want you to
because
die
of the
to
lack
just
of
stop this
diversity, and I'm just
go
like,
to the-
oh my god.
Yeah, it's like you can keep going, but someone was able to just survive the whole thing, and it was very impressive to see this. Some people are very dedicated, and props to these players because we love them a lot. But he did manage to die at some point, I guess. Otherwise, he wouldn't keep going in the game. But
I have started to put words into
I love that story. So you made the impossible
on
possible.
YouTube Babylonia for exactly that reason. I think I can do the same on Twitch, but I'm starting to put words in there that it's just if anybody mentions those words, it just gets rid of the comment. I don't want
we introduced the new
shit
world,
anywhere
which
on
is
my
about
channel.
Purgatorio. So right now, just as a little reminder, when you join the game, you start in Inferno. This is where you.
I just
play
can't
with
believe
32
that
players.
someone
And then when you join
gave
Purgatorio,
negative points
it's
to a game
smaller
because of
zone,
lack
so
of
it's 22
diversity
players.
when it's a game
and,
about a
it's going
fictional,
to be a rough,
mythical
it's going to be way much more rough.
monkey man character.
It's more challenging and demanding. In terms
Like-
of the area, it looks very
What?
different. There's a lot of like ashes.
That's like- I remember
everywhere,
when, if you haven't seen the
clear
movie,
another mood, a lot of like monastery and
Oh,
like
damn it, it's
abandoned
Skarsgård is in
places
it.
everywhere. But the biggest thing about Purgatorio
the Norseman,
is the fact that
I think is the name of the movie, the Norseman.
The monsters are all different.
Norseman.
And Inferno,
it
we
came
have
out
a
last year, or the year
monster
before. It's a
variation.
Viking movie,
In
right?
Purgatorio, we have a whole different.
There were
monster,
people out there who
like,
reviewed
roster.
that film and said it's a
And,
horrible
what's good with
film
them is
because
that
it
we
lacks
introduce
diversity
more,
and it doesn't
co-op
have a
mechanic
diverse
between
cast. And
them.
it's like,
so we have monsters that are able to eat each other.
It's
so they can be a pain sometimes in some fights.
have you never been to Norway?
They have
you
some
never
that can
been
slow
the Northman,
players down.
not the Norseman.
They have some that can make
never been
other
to
monsters
Finland? Have you never
invulnerable
been
for a
to
short time. So we wanted to challenge
Norway?
the player differently to make sure that they will use all the rows of the different weapons in an efficient way and just challenge them in a different way with the other world.
So a lot of diversity, a lot to explore and watch out for, definitely.
Yes, exact. And by the way, please note that they are support, but they will still hurt you because
it sucks
yes,
to release
it's
games
about dying again
in an atmosphere like
I
that.
see what the whole thing is about your game.
We're very sorry.
We talked about the beta moments ago. Will some of those insiders see evolution in the game?
Yes, and what's nice is that when you play a zone, you have access to a big boss fight at the end. Inferno was a Lucifer boss fight, which was very exciting. And for Purgatorio, we go with an Adam and Eve fight in the Garden of Eden. We weren't sure to push it out, but the goal was to have feedback on the gameplay. So when we put it out, it was very rough. It was all pink and placeholder with rough animations, and it was very fine with us because we wanted gameplay on feedback on gameplay, which we did. And then right now we are working a lot to make sure that all the official assets for Adam and Eve will be like completely done, and we'll have tons of more info about the fight soon. But they're gonna look great. Animation will be done. VFX will be done. It's gonna be pretty nice.
I can really feel that your heart is beating for the community and the feedback. So if anybody else wants to join, how do we keep up with 33 Immortals?
Well, the team is very dedicated, so I just want to say a big props, camera.
Yes, please.
Like team, we love you. We are at Thunder Lotus. The team is like 20 people, and a lot of people at the office always help with us. And really props to you, and props to all the players that help us with these different phases.
Yeah, 47,000 players in beta is pretty impressive.
And
for
if you want to keep contact with us and the game, first of all, join 33immortals.com. Follow us to have news on newsletter and the different phases that will come in. And also, we also started Xbox Insider playtest on this weekend. It's going to start right now. So for those who are on the Insider ring, please join the fight and have fun with us.
Well, hopefully you can enjoy.
Part of the lighthouse, though, is the performance of Pattinson and Defoe.
Oh, wow, merci.
Not enough. Way too many people still look at Pattinson as Twilight Boy. He is a badass motherfucker when it comes to being an actor. He is one of the best actors of his generation.
Space Marine series,
hands down. Like people who have never looked at him beyond that role they don't know what they're missing out on. He is
to the fan favorite real-time tactics.
The Jungle movie he did with
Welcome back, everybody, to the Xbox booth.
Over 50 titles and
it's with the guy from Sons of Anarchy, whose name I'm blanking on. But they play these explorers who went to like the Amazon jungle.
So why don't you show everybody Towerborn, and I'll go find out what else is on the booth.
Come on, join me. This is Towerborn, a 4-player co-op game you can enjoy here at the booth. So make sure to
I've seen Pattinson put down some serious cool stuff, and his new Batman movie was really, really good.
Make sure to check this out. By the way, where's Henry at?
Over here, our fans get to experience Microsoft Flight Simulator like a proper pilot.
Yeah, he made his money with Twilight. Now he can go do all this. Another one.
And we also brought along World Update 18.
Well, I don't want to get sidetracked.
Check out. Looks sick.
No Xbox Gamescom without Forza
I do like
Horizon. And we got a new Day 1 announcement with Hide and Seek. Fans at the booth can already play this new mode. And they can also check the latest Nike collab. Fans at home can play the latest mode on September 10th.
Over here is the perfect opportunity for fans of Fallout 76 or that recent TV show to grab a great snap in front of this iconic vault door. But follow me inside because I've got something to show you. Now, the Skyline Valley update's been available for a little bit of time, but here at Gamescom is their first chance to playtest the upcoming update, Milepost Zero.
Welcome to the Here to Help Accessibility Desk. We are dedicated to have you all play. Whether on our broadcast or around the booth, we have multi-language interpreters. We have wheelchair accessible ramps and also stuff to set up the Xbox Adaptive Set. We have the World of Warcraft booth with a great VR wheelchair experience, so make sure to check this
We're going to
out.
see how next year is, guys. If
audio
next year is doing pretty good, I might actually go to a couple of conferences next year.
We also show you the new joysticks, and make sure to check out and maybe customize your own thumbsticks.
I'm still not big enough. I don't think I'm big enough yet to get invited to any conferences. You never know. But I did say the other day, I think I'm going to start. I may start pitching to do some game conference presentations. We'll see. But at the very least, I'm probably going to go to something.
Party experience?
If the channel's still doing good and the budget allows it, I'd like to go to a couple shows next year.
We have a chicken present. You can win some loot. Can you imagine to control an ever-evolving nation? Then Ara History Untold is your game. Fans can choose between different historical figures. You can build and explore.
I want a bagel
but
with
choose
my
wisely,
coffee.
Because this world.
There was a firefight!
Understandably, this next section is so popular, I couldn't even get too close to it. We've got the first Starfield expansion, Shattered Space, right next to the first Indiana Jones game since 2011, all wrapped up into one beautiful theater experience for our fans to see. There's a lot for them to check out behind those walls.
Xbox is all about the fans, and at this community hub you can get up close and personal with your favorite games and even some of the voices of your favorite characters. So make sure to check the schedule, enjoy and have fun.
Well, they showed the schedule. I need to figure out what's going on for tomorrow to determine, am I needing to get up really early tomorrow, or is tomorrow just awards day?
Across so many of our different franchises, we've got stuff for Fallout, Diablo, World of Warcraft, Call of Duty. I'm going to go fill my bags up, and
I don't know
we'll
if
just see what
Xbox is doing a live stream tomorrow, so I'll have to see who's doing streams tomorrow. Well, I was disappointed to find out that Troy Duffy, like, they finally got to the point where the third one's getting made and Duffy is off as director and writer and he's just a producer on the new one. But they did finally get the third one into production, so. Bubbly says, give me that Fallout backpack right now. This looks a little too much for me. Like, I tried the, there's a Stargate game coming out that's in development. I tried the beta last year. It's a lot like this. It was like a top-down, but it was way too... It had some weird decisions being made about how abilities were used and everything else. But I love the Stargate franchise. I was like, please be good, and it just wasn't. It wasn't for me. Like, whatever they're showing is great, but there's no explanation of what the fuck is going on. So, like, this is a very, in my opinion, this is a poor presentation. Because someone like me who has no clue what your game is about, I have no idea what you're doing right now. I have no idea what the mechanics are. Like, some things make sense, but others don't. Like, what's the green thing? Is that a radar? Is that sound? Is that...
That was Commando's origin. I'm pretty good, didn't it?
Sick.
Now, to Warhammer 40k Space Marine. Henry,
Space Marine
did you know
2.
it was released back in 2011? Now, 13 years later, Space Marine 2 is nearly ready to make landfall. Here with more, please welcome Saber Interactive's Chief Creative Officer, it's Tim Willits. How you doing, Tim?
Thank you for having me.
Are you having a good Gamescom so far?
This has been a great Gamescom, and the reception on the game has been great.
Something
Amazing.
for sure,
Well, we got some questions for you. You got the first one in your love.
Yeah, I'd like to know, because this is a follow-up to the game that released back then, and knowing that there's quite a following to the Space Marine universe. I mean, the game itself, that the IP that the franchise is based on, has been ongoing for many years. Yeah. What's it like working with a team like Games Workshop to bring something like that to life?
Nice.
Yes, it's been a great honor for us to work with Games Workshop and to also work on the in the Warhammer 40,000 universe. You know, this universe was created 45 years ago, and the influence that it has had on video games that we're
gonna have so much fun playing this, guys.
I don't think many people realize.
Get ready.
I'll
probably be looking for some co-op partners.
With Games Workshop,
so stay tuned.
We worked hand in hand on the story, the setup, the Space Marine chapters, even like the enemies that you fight. So it was a great collaborative effort.
Yeah, no, I can totally imagine. And because of that, with 45 years, you say, of history, I imagine there's quite a challenge when it comes to making a sequel to a popular game for core fans who've been with you the whole time, but even trying to entice new folks who, like myself, I haven't played the first Space Marine game. So I'd love to hear a little bit more about, what does this mean for those who have played for ages or maybe uninitiated to 40k?
Yes, that's a great question.
Guys,
it was definitely a challenge to create a game that both
look at that plane taking off and the swarm following it.
But also was approachable enough for people.
That was
to
cool.
play
the shuttle took off and all the hordes flying after.
Please don't hurt me, Tim. I'll get round to it.
That is totally fine. Yes. Don't worry that if you haven't played the franchise.
By the way, if you guys if you haven't played Alien,
if you're just a fan
I think it's Firestrike,
Fire
Team.
In your face action
it was a lot of fun. It had some really good horde moments. And then the aliens jumping down out of the ductwork and out of tunnels and stuff to get you.
Originals, how have they helped, your community basically in focusing your development team to make sure the sequel is just right for them too?
Yes. The community, the Warhammer 40,000 community is intense. It's millions strong.
I love how he just said intense,
right?
Like he's left the bet. Because
yes,
intense
so
is a
working
good
with
word.
Games Workshop,
Some of them are
they have their community team,
like any
they
fan
have their
base.
expert writers, we have talked to the community. We made sure that we are delivering
when I played
the game.
Rogue Trader, it was my first dive into the 40k universe,
to the franchise,
and there was some.
And to really make
overall, everyone was really cool. But there were some neckbeards who came out of the woodwork and were like, "This isn't how it is in the franchise. I can't believe they did this." And I'm just like, I don't.
I was going to say,
it's a video game. Let me play it, man.
That was going to be my next question. Actually, is how is this love and this influence reflected in the action and the pace of the game that we're looking at here?
It's like Sven has talked about, like for Baldur's Gate 3, they couldn't put
the key to Space
cancel
Marine
magic
2
in the game. I think was one of the spells because it would
system,
break the game.
And the range combat.
And people who don't understand game development and don't understand programming were like up in arms, like how dare they not put cancel magic in the game? It would be so easy.
It's really a very visceral.
Go make your game company and do it.
Yeah,
good luck.
Absolutely. It looks so good. So do all of them have different kind of that up-close melee ability that we just saw as well? I know there are multiple folks you can play.
Yes.
Yeah.
So
I'm going auto bolt.
I
want full auto.
Campaign where you play as Titus, and he has 2 squad mates whom the computer can play them or your buddies can play with you.
Oh, fun. Okay.
Yes.
Right.
And then we have a PvE campaign where you can play as your own Space Marine.
Ooh.
And you can customize your Space Marine. You can be the chapter that you want. You can upgrade.
That's great.
And then that also leads to PvP. So you can go head-to-head with other humans playing as Space Marines.
Oh,
so
absolutely,
that's a bit
multiple
of us. I like
ways
that.
to play this game, multiple game options.
Now,
This is the thing, like the action is very intense, and at times.
And he said like you can have it to be where it's either other players or NPCs filling the roles.
Someone far away, maybe someone up close. Because I can deal with one dude.
Yeah.
I'm fine with that.
He's fine with that.
Tell me about the sort of technology you've had to develop to allow for there to be so much going on screen at once.
Yes, so the key critical component of this experience.
That was sick.
Yeah,
Change.
that is
Yeah.
awesome glory
We
kill.
just need to quickly go. Nice job, Tim. Like that, Tim.
Yes. So the Swarm engine.
Very
the Swarm
cool.
engine was developed by Saber Interactive in World War Z, and that has been developed, and now we're in Swarm Engine 2, where we can bring, massive amounts of Tyranids, never seen before, and they just come at you and they break apart, and every one of those Tyranids, based on our new AI director, starts thinking, and they're thinking about.
Oh, for sure,
killing
Bubble Lenny.
you.
If I could
And
make
it is-
the
it is-
comment
it is
section
an
of my YouTube
over-the-top
channel
war,
be
like epic, like never
members
seen before,
only,
epic war.
I would make
where
it
you
members
are
only.
the main fighter.
And is this just going around
I
in
can
the
do it for
skybox? 'Cause
streams,
I don't know
and I
about
can do
you,
it for
Henry, but the idea of
premieres.
like loads of
But I can't do it
Tyranids
for the
flying
comments,
at me
and I
sounds
really
kind
wish
of
I
fun.
could.
Is it something that you can see from a
Sometimes.
distance, or are they like coming at you?
Yeah, they're much scarier.
Because the amount of filtering that I have to do to curate my community
especially when
is
there
a
are
lot of
hundreds
work.
and hundreds.
And
Well,
it's,
yeah,
it's
that's
starting
true.
to get to the
Yeah,
point
yeah.
where
But they come at you with everything.
I can't be
And
everywhere
you
at
need
once,
to
is what it comes down
use
to.
every weapon in your arsenal. Every move.
I've had multiple
that you
days this month
practice
where I have not been able to
stay
clear all
alive.
the
You can see
comments
here
that come in
where,
overnight,
where
and that's
the
a
Tyranids
good problem to
are-
have, but it's
are
also a
moving into the
frustrating problem
battlefield.
because I know that there are
On the
things
way.
slipping through the filters,
Nuts. And,
and
as they
I catch it
approach,
3 or 4 days
they
later, and
immediately
it's like
break
some
out
really horrific
into,
comment
individual
where
units
someone's just being
that,
an
have,
absolute
their own AI.
garbage
I was
human
going to say,
being.
how does that work with the swarm?
I don't want that
Are they all on a
around.
set path, or as soon as they land, is it just like
The people who feel the
fastest
need to
route they
comment
can
on
get
my
to you and
World
start
of Warcraft
messing you
videos
up?
with my
So our
nephew
new
and
advanced
like
AI director
call him names
coordinates
and
the
stuff
battle.
is just that's
So
the lowest
The swarm can come from different directions.
lowest type of human
the swarm
being
can,
out
like,
there to
breaks
like
apart,
insult
when
the
they,
way
when
a
they
9-year-old
separate, that
plays
can
a
happen
video game.
at different times based on the state of the battle,
Yeah.
based on
And I know
what
one
you're
of them-
doing,
one of them's
and
one of
based
the
on
guys
what your,
who
Space Marine buddies are doing.
also
got
Tim,
pissed.
you've done it again. Did you see that one?
No, I'll watch
That
that
one
one.
was
Oh,
sick.
Oh, look at this!
Show
Look at
that.
this!
That one was
That's
Oh,
nice.
Yes.
That reminded me
I'm
of
so
an alien
distracted.
game.
This looks
Anyway,
so good.
You just said that
People can be dicks.
They
Sucks.
assess what
I would
the
love to-
state of the battle is.
Yeah.
So does that mean they're also reactive?
You're wrong.
And if they're thinking,
You're
oh,
not-
he's got
you're
this
not
lane
wrong,
covered,
sorry.
let's
Not you
direct
are wrong.
some
You're
around
not
here to
wrong.
sort of
I
flank.
wish we
Is that
could
the sort of thing you're talking about?
Yes,
have
so
a barrier of entry
so
to
you
the
are
comment
Space
section.
Marine. You're
Yeah.
a Primaris Ultramarine, okay? But we
Also,
can't make the game
TikTok.
super
TikTok
easy
is
for
really
you.
bad sometimes.
So you'll feel like, yeah, I'm bashing these Tyranids, but then they overwhelm you, and then the AI director can bring in more advanced units from different directions. You know,
Look
they
at this
can
game,
flank you,
guys.
so the ultimate goal is to feel like you're not going to survive, to feel like this is you're going to lose, but you make it and you win, and it's a great feeling.
It's like at every opportunity, you're just about to like close the gap, feel like you're getting ahead, and then you guys are just like Sebulba, just chucking a wrench in my engine. Oh, I'm falling back again, and it's all over. Got to work from scratch again.
Yes.
Crazy.
Yes. Yes. It's very
Good
intense.
reference, Henry.
Oh, thanks. Yeah.
Very on
Good.
brand for you. I like it. Yeah, that gameplay we were just looking at, by the way, the sheer size of it. Yeah, here we go. Look at this.
Oh yeah.
I mean, we can see a little bit of the swarm here. Maybe.
Yeah, that's a flying. They're flying Tyranids. You know, in this particular battle, you know, they're attacking these huge kind of radio towers, and you just like destroy them as you try to survive, because they start landing. Different units start landing on the same platform that you're on. And as you can see, there's lots of ways that you can go
Get it
about,
off! Get it off!
killing bad guys.
Yeah, not for you, mate.
So it's not just mindless violence. There is also quite a lot of like objectives, mechanics
to
be
the
following
face.
as well.
Gee, yeah.
Yes. So if you played the first one, and I know you haven't, that's okay.
I've got some homework to do. I understand.
This is our melee system is much more advanced. It's much deeper, and our range combat system is also much more advanced. So I like to call it the dance of death, where you have your melee, your blocks, your reactions, your critical hits, and then you can also pull up your ranged weapons, take out enemies from a distance.
Okay, so
and
this
you
is
really
a
need to
nice
learn
blend of
how to use the
different
tools
combat
in your
styles.
arsenal of death to win the battle.
And it's not just the people right in front of you. I know we're taking things off the chain here, the Tyranids, but the chain's integrity in the top right corner.
Brett says
so
you're cultivating
there's-
community
I'm
over
clearly
time. It's not as bad
guessing
as it
that
could
if
be.
you let that
Yeah.
go to
It's kind of like
zero-
I think we were talking about this last night during
Mission over
Warcraft.
for you.
Right.
Yes,
Why we just
Absolutely. Were there
ultimately
any
decided
other,
not to
technical
have the guild
developments
just
that
be
really
open
fussed
to
up
everyone.
Space Marine 2, by the way?
Because like Asmongold and
So
Soda
this is
Poppin
our
and those
own
guys have
technology.
guilds
Nice.
and
And when you
thousands
build
of
this
players
technology
in them,
for
right?
a game,
But the issue
you
with
can
that
make it
is you
awesome.
also get all the friction.
You know, we talked about the
that comes with
swarm.
that.
We talked about the AI
And maybe one
director,
day in the future, I
crossplay.
decide that's something I want to do
so you can
a certain type of
buddies.
game. But for World of Warcraft
and
and what we're doing, like people going and playing Enshrouded, what we're going to be doing with Dune
Yes, and then
Awakening,
true,
I much prefer
you can play solo, you can
a
play
smaller
PvE, and
hand-knit
there's a full-fledged
community.
PvP mode as well.
Now,
so
obviously,
it's
from a
very
business
dense
perspective,
game.
the more people I have watching the streams, the more people I have in my community, the better. But I am terrified because I've had some massive attacks on my Discord and my channels, even as a small-time content creator and streamer. So it terrifies me to get big to the point where you've got people who are literally every day trying to take you down, bring you down, cancel you. Find ways to make your life hell because they didn't like something you said, or you didn't give their favorite game a thumbs up, or you said that you liked Star Wars, and how dare you like Star Wars, or you know, how dare you enjoy cosmetics in a video game. You're the scum of the earth.
Xbox Game Studios show us how nations are made in our history untold, and then we're going to catch up with the team from Obsidian.
I'm so excited. Avowed, we're coming soon. The Avowed is soon.
Presentation direct from the Avowed Theatre here at Gamescom.
First
up, it's what First Descendant fans have been looking forward to all year long. It's Invasion's right around the corner.
Yeah, I probably will do some team gameplay at some point, Brett, so I'll be letting everybody know when we get into it.
Descendant Haley's character trailer will be revealed before the update goes live August 29th.
Folks, show up.
So stay tuned for that. But in the meantime, have a look at this.
Turn the ship around. We'll put it back.
We managed to fend off our enemy's large-scale attack, but the war is far from over. The Colossus still threatens us, and our enemies are plotting new strategies. Can Ingress ever find true peace? Has Corel really given up on the war? After Corel's fleet disappeared, the Vulgus began moving from deep within the dungeon to raid the Ancestors' facilities in Ingress and reclaim the outpost. Detecting this, Ingress immediately dispatched a scout. That scout's name is Haley. Haley, who rose from a supply soldier in the guerrilla unit to a legendary sniper, is now a newcomer in the Descendant Corps. Ruthlessly eliminating enemies with her anti-material sniper rifle, she dominates battles with her ability to drop her body temperature and emit cold air when her emotions run high. When shooting from a distance, her weapon's critical hit multiplier increases.
Yeah, but no one's playing her for that reason. This is why we're playing her.
She possesses sub-zero bullets that fire multiple shots in an instant.
That's why we're playing her.
That pushes back and rapidly cools down enemies in front.
That is why we're playing that character.
Haley's specialty is switching to her anti-material sniper rifle.
I'm just saying,
and firing
skins are why people play her character, not because of the way she shoots.
Any other attack.
Or what she shoots.
In Season 1, the Vulgus launches a new strategy, the Invasion.
Just say it.
Invasions occur randomly.
By the way, I did have a lot of fun playing
hard difficulty
Last
infiltration
Descendant.
operations.
But I played one of the
Players can choose to enter
guy
between
characters,
the
and they did not.
operations
They
or
totally
the
did not do
invasions.
that with the guy characters. It's only the
Invasion
female
dungeons
characters.
are
It's
only
so
available for
hilariously
solo play,
obvious.
testing the strength of the Descendants.
It's like all the guy
3
characters
Vulgus
look
legions
really,
will
really
block
cool
the
with the armor and
Descendants
everything,
with
all the
different
male
defense
characters, and then
mechanisms.
as soon as you get to a
The
female
quantum field
character,
creates
it's
an
like
immoral state,
tits,
impervious to
ass,
physical attacks.
boom.
The resonant shatterers
Jiggle
cause
physics.
massive explosions
Not quite as
with
much
the
as
energies of RK and the Iron Heart.
Stellar Blade, but
the Keeper Tile encryption device maintains a
Bunny in
powerful security
particular
system.
is
Invasion dungeons present new mechanics that disrupt the Descendants'
something else.
operations.
That's all I'm gonna say.
Solve these enemies' mechanisms and swiftly eliminate them. Invasion dungeons are designed for speed runs, and the faster you clear them, the greater the rewards that await.
It is a good game though. I
After
did like
coming in
the
contact with the Iron Heart, Descendants
voiceovers
experience
are
an
pretty
RK
good.
resonance phenomenon.
Story
This
is a little
resonance
mid, but
grants
the gameplay is
Descendants new
smooth.
powers.
It's
the
Unreal
season
5. It
growth
looks beautiful.
inversion
I had a lot of fun
reinforcement.
playing this game. Not gonna lie.
Inversion reinforcement
It was good.
is a new growth system that resets at the start of each season. It includes 5 types: hunting, attributes, recovery, survival, and seasons. Through the inversion reinforcement, Descendants gain beneficial
There's Bunny. Look at that.
effects
She's
for
got literally
progressing through
bare ass
seasonal
cheeks
content,
in her
and can
chaps.
also obtain effects that
The chaps that they
compensate for
showed.
their
That's
weakness.
awesome.
Each season, we
That's
plan
awesome.
to tailor and replace the inversion reinforcement effects, providing effects that perfectly fit the seasonal content. In addition to a new Descendant,
Oh, baby!
a new Ultimate Descendant will be introduced.
Yeah,
in
there you
Season
go.
1.
That's why we
Ultimate
play
Freyna,
the game.
Who has evolved RK's toxicity into a more powerful weapon, will make her debut. In Season
There is
1,
nothing wrong with
you can
admitting it,
discover
kids.
Freyna's exclusive story and uncover the tale behind the name of her skill, Room Zero Trauma. Excava is an assault rifle with
There ain't
powerful
nothing wrong
versatility.
with a little
It can
TNA.
be obtained through the Battle Pass and is also available as a free reward. Excava charges voltage when attacking enemies and has a unique effect of firing the charged voltage as an energy grenade. It is a versatile weapon that combines the inherent versatility of an assault rifle with a powerful shot. Frost Watcher is a scout rifle that can be farmed through the Season 1 content. When hitting enemies from long range, it reduces chill resistance and enhances the damage of one's chill skills, making it a perfect fit for Viessa and Haley. If you've prepared a new Descendant, ultimate weapon, and inversion growth, it is now time to face the most powerful Colossus, Deathstalker. Deathstalker lurks in the darkness of the void, targeting the life of Descendants. It is stronger than any Colossus encountered so far. To protect Albion from the threat of Deathstalker, we must once again venture into the void, unravel the mysteries within the darkness, and intercept Deathstalker. The first Descendants first season begins on August 29th with Haley, a new Descendant, Ultimate Freyna, and the new Ultimate Weapons. New episodes, dungeon content, and void intercept battles await you in Albion, Descendants. The first Descendant, Season 1 Invasion. Play for free.
It's a good game, guys. All right, here we go. This is what I'm waiting for. Avowed. If this is the Avowed portion, it better be the Avowed portion. Let's do it. We're in a theater.
Hi.
Yeah, Carrie, what's up, Carrie?
At Gamescom. We're so excited to introduce you to the Dawn Treader Quest and Dungeon. And in just a moment,
hell yeah,
you get a walkthrough from senior narrative.
She's got a new hairstyle and everything.
She's also the writer for this quest.
Looking
and
good.
Our community support manager, Chris Stanek. Don't forget to wishlist Avowed on Xbox and Steam, and look out for our release on February 18th.
Hell yeah.
Thank you for joining us, and welcome to the world of Aora. Hi, I'm Kate Dollarhide. I'm a narrative designer at Obsidian Entertainment.
Hi, I'm Chris Stanek, the community support manager here at Obsidian Entertainment.
We're so excited to show you Avowed. I'm going to be walking us through the dungeon.
Millions of peaches.
So let's get into it.
Peaches for free.
Let's jump in. All right, so the Envoy finds themselves in a dungeon in the first region of the game called Dawnshore. They're searching for an Adherent expedition team that's gone missing. The expedition team was here looking for a holy relic that is supposedly in the keeping of
I haven't heard that song in years.
Oracle of Aethys, a man named Sargemus. And the expedition team hasn't shown up for the last few days, so let's check in with Sargemus and see if he knows what happened to them.
I'm sure he knew something.
Maybe.
Maybe.
It has been too long. I had feared I was the last of us, but you... Oh, the very sight of you is a balm for the soul. I am the Oracle Sargemus, servant of the once shining god, he whose light has lately dimmed. What brings you to this sacred space?
In your face, Amazon Game Studio director who thinks that acting isn't a part of video games.
That was selected at character creation. When you play the game, you'll have an option of 5 background checks to choose from. We chose Arcane Scholar because we're playing a wizard and it just felt right. But let's check the lore, tooltips, and conversation review feature.
All right.
Chris, if you wouldn't mind.
Of course.
Thank you. All right, so on the left here, we have the conversation history feature. This is going to allow us to scroll back through conversations we've already been through and just, check on anything we might have missed that we wanted to confirm. And you'll notice here that the words "One Shining God" have been highlighted. This is our lore tooltip.
They do this in the Pillars of Eternity games as well. You can hover over words, find out more about them.
He's also Sargemus's god. So here on the left side of the screen, we have a short paragraph about who Aethys is, his context, and a menu where you can select different lore tooltips. So these tooltips are helpful for us to, deliver lore from the world of Aora to players who are new to the setting or who are returning after a long time away, and just get everyone up to speed without bogging down the dialogue with a lot of exposition. So these are super helpful for us and hopefully for you. Let's back out of that. All right, I'm looking for an expedition of my countrymen. Did they pass this way?
An expedition? I'm afraid I don't understand.
An expedition? Treasure maps, magic
outfits,
fire songs.
Speaking of Mass Effect, by the way, James.
I am familiar with the concept, tomb raiding and the like.
What troubles me is why they would come
It's always
here.
great to see voice actors we know and love showing up and
These ruins
playing.
are not so different
Doing
from the
other
many
characters in
others
other
on
games.
this island, except that they are a good deal more treacherous. And this representation of Aethys we stand before, it is the work of my own hands. They could not hope to move it. Do you know what their purpose is here?
Let's select option 2.
Perception
they were
roll.
searching for a relic you're rumored to keep here.
Ah, the splinter of Aethys. I suppose it was too much to hope they were here to examine these exquisite ruins. Truly, it is their loss.
Where do you keep the relic? I might find them there.
It rests in a shrine deep within this temple complex, beyond the reach of looters, visitors, or indeed, myself. The path to the relic has fallen to ruin. Some sections are flooded, and others are infested with all manner of creatures. Although, perhaps you might assist me with that.
Kill the creatures.
If you're about to ask us to tidy up, think again. My place is a much bigger mess.
Oh no. I had something far grander in mind. You see, this construction beside us is no mere statue, but a reliquary I have built to house the splinter of Aethys in its appropriate grandeur. It is nearly complete, and ready for the splinter to be interred. But I can no longer reach the relic on my own. Return it to me, and who knows, perhaps you will meet your expedition along the way.
All right, I'll be back before you can say 10 praise Aethyses.
I am most grateful. Oh, and please refrain from touching my statue or devices. May light illuminate your path, cousin.
All right, so Sargemus had quite a lot to say there, but essentially, he was saying that he didn't see the expedition team that we're looking for.
Dual
but
wands,
if they're looking
baby.
for the relic, that might be where they are. And it just so happens
I
that
personally
he also
plan on
needs this
doing
relic
flintlock pistol
to
and
complete his
wand.
statue here.
I hope.
His
That's my
beautiful
plan, is to
statue.
do
really
pistol,
hard on
wand,
He has.
some sort of magic
He's put
stealth
a lot
build.
of stuff on that.
It's like when my son makes things out of popsicles.
It is
Maybe
really
I'll do
Lego.
rapier and wand. I don't know, but
so
stealth magic build. I'm thinking.
You made me lose my train of thought. You're demonic. So, looks like our quest marker is pointing us to
Wand
an area
slinger,
down
baby.
below us, but I see that Chris wants to explore a little bit, so let's look at these breakable boards. It's got a sword symbol there. Can we get the sword out?
Yeah.
And a book. You can also have a
These
book
They
if you want to
protect
cast
my
spells with a
devices.
book.
Oh, I don't think he liked that.
Yeah, he'll be fine. Surely he won't hold it over us later.
Let's leave those alone for now and keep exploring. So, ooh, more breakable boards. Awesome. Let's hop across this chasm. Keep heading up. So we have designed a Avowed with a lot of vertical space in mind to make use of our parkour system.
Looks
so
great.
It always pays when you're exploring. So have a look around and always look up. You never
And I know
what
you
find.
can play in
Like
third
this
person.
chest.
I will not be playing in third person. I'm going to first
Ooh, we've
person
got an
this
accessory
entire game.
and
This was
some
made to be a
crafting
first person game when it was first announced, and they did
open up
add
the
third
inventory
person
screen, take a look
later
at
on in
that.
the process
So that's going to be Night
for people who
Mistress's
wanted it,
favor. This is
but
going
it's
to
not
give us
designed
additional
as a
essence
third
for
person
standing
game.
next
It's
to our
designed as a
companions.
first person game.
Essence is what spellcasters
so I'm gonna be doing
cast their
first person
spells
for
from.
sure.
It's our... I can't remember what the word is now.
It's our resource.
It's our spell resource.
Yes.
It's our spellcasting resource, of course. So, Night Mistress's favor is going to allow us to cast more spells for longer by generating additional essence when we stand next to our friend Kai. So
I
let's
always
see
tell
the
people,
character screen.
if you
All right,
haven't
so we
played
have
Pillars of
action points on
Eternity
the
1 and
left
2,
and our
go do them,
character sheet on
because
the
you're going to
right.
learn a lot about
You
the
will see
world,
action
the lore,
points
the
come up
magic
in
system, everything else you're going to
conversation.
need to know.
We
Well,
select
that it
a
would
number
help
of
you to know.
those
You don't
at
need,
character
you don't have to
creation,
know
and
it, but
then
it'll
a few
help you to
points
know.
here and
It's
there
great
on
Easter
level
egg
up.
stuff.
So we have put a number of
But
points into intellect because we're playing a wizard.
Those are
So we want
obviously
that additional
CRPGs,
essence
top
and
down,
that elemental resistance
party based,
to
and
give
this
us
is
a
going to
little
be
more survivability in combat.
first person, single player,
Now let's
with
turn
some
to our
companions.
character sheet. You can see that we're level 6. We are close to getting a new level. Close enough. We've got our background there. And then our health, essence, stamina, data, all those good stats that you can keep track of over the course of the game. So let's look at abilities. All right, we have put quite a number of points in the wizard ability tree because we're
Wand
playing as a wizard.
Mastery.
The first one we selected was the Wand Mastery passive. This is going to give us the ability to do additional damage with wands. And because we're double wielding wands, that's going to allow us to do a lot of additional damage.
Love it.
And then down below it, we've got the Blood Magic passive. This is a really fun way to play and definitely one of QA's favorites. Blood Magic essentially lets us start casting from our health when we run out of essence.
Ooh.
So if we're slinging spells back and forth in combat, we don't have to use an essence potion. We can just start using our health. It's a risky strategy, but it is very powerful. Let's look at Grimoire Mastery. All right, Grimoire Mastery.
This is if you want to use your book.
Things. First, it lets us use higher level spells as we upgrade the ability.
Right.
It also lets us memorize spells from our grimoires. So if you have a grimoire you really like, but you get a new one that's cool and you want to try.
That's the thing with the grimoires in this game. You get spells by finding other people's grimoires, and then you read the spells from their book.
And pick up your new one.
In this case, you can either use their book or you can get that passive and do your own.
That's right. We do love to read here in Obsidian. Okay, so active abilities, we've got a Corrosive Siphon. This pairs very well with Blood Magic. So essentially with Corrosive Siphon, you use this ability on enemies, it steals health from them and returns it to you. As a Blood Mage, this means that I can cast more spells for longer and I don't have to worry about dying in combat.
We're not going to die.
Never. You've never died while doing this.
I haven't, and I don't plan on it. I'm
unkillable?
I'm offended.
Oh.
That it was even brought up.
I'm sorry. I won't bring it up again. Our other active here is Arcane Veil. This is your classic magical barrier ability. Because we're playing a wizard, we're wearing light armor. We want to be light, we want to be nimble, move around the battlefield quickly, but that also means we're opened up to a lot of additional damage. Arcane Veil is going to help us catch some of that damage and not take it ourselves. And then down here we've got Bristling Frost. This is a spell we learned from our grimoire. Bristling Frost is going to create a ring of frost on the ground at your feet, and it's going to deal accumulated freeze damage
to
hell
yeah.
units that come and get up in your business.
Frost Mage.
They're going to try. They're not going to make it though.
No, you won't let them.
That's right.
You're just that good.
Well, let's not go crazy because what's going to happen is I'm going to die so many times just now because of this.
Oh, we got some swimming mechanics.
This is the curse.
And now that we've said it never happens.
We've got a breath beater.
Yeah. All right, so our quest beacon is sending us through this tunnel full of water.
That
so
looks
let's just have
really
a
well
swim
done.
as we go look for the expedition team.
Drown.
All right, it looks like we're coming into Sargemus's old workshop. We've got some Audra there attached to some wires, a number of animancy like devices around. Yeah, so Audra is central to the universe of Pillars of Eternity, where the people, plants, animals die, their soul leaves their body, flies into the nearest Audra pillar, and then goes deep into the earth to re-enter the cycle of reincarnation.
Sounds like a lot of work.
Yeah, there's a really cool lore in this world about reincarnation and how gods are created and the importance of souls and soul magic and animancy and the Angwethians and the Angwethian Empire and how they harness the power of souls to create immortality. There's some really cool shit.
Let's see what's actually
the first two games are really good.
Top down in the water. All right, it's a gate. Excellent. Ooh, and there's a chest back there. I want to know what's in that chest, but I don't see an easy way into this room.
Oh, there's a button or something up on the wall.
What?
I'm just gonna try to ram it.
Just try to ram it?
Yeah.
Well, that's not working, so let's go back to that top level and see if there's another place we could look.
I saw like a device on the
A little
wall.
more thoroughly. All right, it looks like there's a breakable wall there with an explosion symbol on it. We're not going to be able to break that down with our swords, so we're going to need grenades. Nice.
I was going to try ram it again, but I don't think you would have liked if I tried to
That thing on the wall. Yeah.
Here we have an essence generator. This is going to unlock that gate. You can see that it has a electricity symbol on it, so that means we need something with electricity to turn the generator on. For us, that's going to be an electric lily seed, a electricity spell, or if you have a companion with you who uses electricity, you could use their ability too. For us, we're going to need an electric lily seed, so why don't we get that equipped?
I finally feel like I'm on a cooking show where something's pre-cooked. You're like, and here's the chicken.
And here's the switch. Yes. You did it. All right, so the generator is running. We've got, Ooh.
A band of
got
transcendent
an accessory and some
suffering.
crafty materials. Let's pop open the inventory and see what we have. Band of transcendent suffering. So we're going to deal
An ancient
10%
elf monk
additional
that
damage,
adhered
but also
strictly to the
take
shattered
10%
pillar philosophy
additional
crafted this
damage.
ring as their
So
last
a little
act of a
risk,
long
a little
life.
reward. I think it's going to be fun. Let's equip it.
I like it.
I'm pretty sure they will through testing. They've talked a little bit
Alright,
about that already because you're on a
back to
quest.
swimming, following our quest beacon here.
The story
It
does
looks
reference
like
back
we're
to the
coming
first 2
up
games.
on Sargemus's library, an enormous library, which is pretty impressive in the world of Eora, where there is no printing press, so all these books are handwritten. It looks like we also have a number of red dots in our mini map in the top left corner. That means there's enemies nearby.
Spiders!
So, okay, let's deal with these spiders. What do you want to do, Chris?
Oh, I'm going to sneak up on them and
You're
I'm going to
sneak
get
up
them.
on them. All right. Nice.
Wicked one.
Give me a power attack to that spider.
Oh, the book casting. Did you see that shit with the book casting? Oh, that looked frickin' awesome. Like he pulled it out of his grimoire.
Alright, another power attack.
He like pulled the spell
We're
out.
building up that stun meter over
How
time.
cool was that?
That's going to allow us to do a special attack when the stun meter's full.
Oh, now you've got me
Looks like
contemplating
Kai's got his
wands.
companion ability, and
Damn
now
it.
he's taunting that spider, drawing aggression away from us, which is very nice. And now we get that special attack.
Hit it with some electricity.
And a little bit of electricity grenades.
Back off and finish it with the wands.
Pew, pew, pew. But I love the fact that they're able to
Nice
do
job.
multiple
Thank
things
you.
here with the character if you spec that way.
Alright, let's keep moving. Ooh, it looks like we've got a blocker here, some webs in the way. Thankfully,
Fire.
Kai has an ability that will let us get right past that. Let's use Kai's fire starter ability.
So he
And
did
that
it.
should burn right away. There we go.
It's always handy to have a useful
Excuse
friend
me,
around.
so you had your companion do
The
it
guy who
for
can do
you.
tricks.
Yeah, right.
He always has a
Like-
lighter.
And, you know, I'm walking around, I run into a web, I'm like, there it is. I got to get Kai. Call
He's
him up.
dependable. That's what we say about Kai. All right, so I don't see any sign of the expedition team, but what I do see are some Zorps and a water beetle. So let's join their party. Ooh, it looks like that damage we did to the water
Resistance.
beetle is filled up again because he's being healed by the Zorp Elder. So we're gonna need to take out that Elder right away.
Crowd control. Look at the
Yeah,
pulling of
burn him
spells
down,
when he
throw
pulls the
siphon.
spell out of the book. That is one of the coolest things
Looking
I've
good.
seen.
Arcane Veil's active. Healed again. Kai's getting in the mix.
Good.
Oh, we got
Good
Bristling
friendship.
Frost. Excellent. So we're dealing some accumulated frost
Oh,
damage.
I'm going to get the Zorup up here. Thinks he's cheeky.
Where'd he go?
There he is.
Running away from us.
Did he jump up there? No. He's... Beetle left? Yeah, the beetle's left. Little beetles.
Oh, he's so
I'm probably
fast.
not going to do any melee though. I'm not going to. I don't think I'm going to do any melee at all.
There you go. Nice.
Did it.
All right. Done and dusted. Let's keep moving.
You didn't doubt that I was going to die there, did you? Like,
I thought about it. I thought about it, but I was like, no.
all right.
I trust Chris.
I remember that.
Yeah.
I think I'm going to go
Okay,
dual
so
wield with
we
a
are still
grimoire
looking for the
and
expedition team. Let's poke around this area and see
have
if there's
have
anything
those
interesting
two
we can
balanced.
find. I see 2 godless sigils above a locked gate. And there's something in there these ruins don't want us to get to. Thankfully, there's a
This reminds me
wire
of some
on
of the
left,
doors we had to do
wire
in
on the
Enshrouded
right.
where
I
you've
think
got
those
to
are gonna
unlock.
go to the
You have to
Estus
find multiple
generators. So the one on the
buttons
left
to
was
click.
one below us. Let's pop down there and see what we can find. Yes, there
Aha.
it is. All right, that's one down. Where's the other? Should be close by. It was right off to the right. Oh, there it is in that gap.
Right, oh,
on the left.
right
on the
there,
left.
right there, right there.
Yeah, there it is.
Got it. Boom.
Nice. All right, with both those sigils activated, the gate is open. We can get our prize from the sarcophagus.
Open sesame.
Bitter bonding. Let's check that out.
All right.
All right, 10% of weapon damage restored as health.
That's a
This is going to be
leech.
super helpful for us as blood mages. So as we're doing damage, we're going to get a little bit of health back. That sounds fun to me. Let's equip it.
You got it. Pardon me, Kai.
All right. So I think we're near the relic. We haven't seen the expedition team yet, but we might as well pick up the relic while we're here.
There's the relic.
It's really
It
shiny.
can't be as easy as just grabbing it.
Of course not. Here we go.
Ooh,
Indiana Jones style.
I don't think the ruins liked us taking that relic. So we've had a bit of an earthquake, and it spawned some skeletons.
Hello, friends.
Hope you're ready for a skeleton fight.
Yeah, always ready for a skeleton fight. What they always say about me.
Christian,
you know,
always
Chris,
ready for
always
a skeleton.
ready for a skeleton fight.
There, Kai's doing some help for us over here. Excellent. I think we've got some rangers on the left. We should deal with them right away. Yeah, they're going to be no fun.
God, that dual wielding wands thing, guys. That is so.
Right,
that's so
down.
cool.
Tower attack.
I need some sort of a force push though, like eat them off the edge of cliffs.
With the lightning.
Very
is there one more?
Is there another one?
I'm being sloppy. Where'd he go? There he is.
Oh,
it's this guy.
Up, down, up, down.
Yes, absolutely.
We got something for him.
All right, so he's got a shield,
which
means we're going to need to break his defense in order to deal damage to him. That's why Chris is using a power attack here.
Oh.
Chris is going to use Kai's companion ability to hit that skeleton, and he's toast.
The kick to the
now
face, that was cool.
The Godless Executioner. Oof.
Try again, try again.
Try again.
It's okay. He'll get me one day.
So this guy hits hard, and he has a very extensive range, so we want to stay.
He did get me a few times.
We want to stay out of his reach. Ooh, it looks like he's being healed. Oh, there's a priest up there. We got to get him right away.
Looks pretty action-packed.
Arcane Veil active. Corrosive Siphon.
Melt you down. No more healing.
Melt down that priest. Excellent. All right, now we can finally do some damage to the Godless Executioner. Ooh. Good thing we have Arcane Veil active. All right, we're building up some nice stun. He's taking frost damage. He's frozen now.
Maybe he should let it go.
All right, I gotta give him credit for that. That was a good dad joke.
All right.
Maybe Kai wants to get in on this too.
Kai, give us a hand. Oh.
Pistol to the face.
Such a good buddy.
Well, we still got a few more skeletons to mop up. All right, hit him with a.
I see some barrels right there too. I wonder if they could blow those up.
Oh, no.
We're gonna need to break his defense before we can do some damage on him.
All right, I have to stop messing around.
Yeah, you're about to die.
Oh, Chris.
One moment.
There you go. Get that health back.
Oh, it didn't work.
No.
I got potions.
All right.
Jagger potion, heal spell, run!
I know, it's the first time all day too.
All right, there's the ranger.
The ranger looks pretty cool, no lie.
Another electric lily.
Yes, come into my electric pool of fun. You, sir, I've had it with you. Yes.
Bristling Frost does it again.
Heal,
Kai,
heal, potion, heal.
Thank you.
Thankfully,
And
Kai's
again.
here to give us a hand.
Heal!
Boom. See?
Awesome.
You were
So we
worried?
built up that stun meter, and now we got to use a special attack. I wasn't worried at all.
Okay. I was a little worried. I was a little worried.
Health bar had been triggered.
Okay.
Okay, it looks like the fight is through, so we can keep going. Ooh, it looks like that earthquake caused some roots to grow and this area to flood, giving us a new way out of this zone. Our quest has also updated there on the left side of the screen. Now we have a few new objectives. At this point, we have a few options. We can go back to town, Paradise, and look around the Adirian Embassy and see if there's anybody who wants this relic that we've grabbed. Or we can go back to the Oracle and say, hey, I got your relic, and see what he does with it. Or we can continue looking for the Adirian Expedition team, which we still have not found. And it's looking like one of our quest beacons has turned into an area beacon. It's that little circle inside the larger mini-map circle. That means there's something more to find in this area, so we maybe need to look around. Hey, I see a purple crack in the floor.
There it is. What's that?
Yeah, what's that? Let's crouch down.
It might be.
Through this ivy.
Through testing.
I bet there's something back here. Ooh, a hole in the floor. Perfect. Kai does not like the vibes. Oh.
This
Expedition did not meet a good end, everybody.
No.
Not
Looks
at
like it
all.
might be the Adirian Expedition team.
Oof, this is
Yeah.
awkward.
Yeah, that's the Expedition Leader's Journal. That's too bad.
Well, we found the expedition. Looks like they've only been dead a few hours. But how did they get in here? They can't have come the same way we did. We swam here. What's stranger is there's not a scratch on them. No sign of what killed them. It's like every member of the expedition team just collapsed.
Looks like we passed this intellect check, so I want to select this one. They didn't get locked in here on their own. The Oracle put them here.
Using our big brain. Problem solving.
That's right.
Here's an idea. This temple is full of old animancy equipment. Could he be building a giant animat? I've heard of those, but I've never seen one. They're suits of armor brought to life by bound souls, right? The Oracle couldn't have put the expedition's souls in the statue of Aethys, right?
Let's go ask him.
It is Gareth.
You can try.
I said Garrick earlier. I meant Gareth.
That was a good one.
That was a good one.
Well, I said Garrick.
Whatever
But
the
yes.
Oracle has planned for that relic, and for us, it can't be good, Envoy. Aethys is a dangerous god associated with Eora's bloodiest wars, and he recently killed thousands of people in Deadfire. Now, we have a piece of him, and we're about to face a maniac who wants it desperately. Tread carefully.
So Kai is right to be concerned. He thinks the Oracle might be engaging in animancy, which in the world of Eora
Tricky.
is a little
Little
dicey.
dangerous.
Animancers have a pretty poor reputation, and honestly, in much of the world, animancy is illegal or really frowned upon. Animancers are
Kinda like
soul
necromancy.
scientists. They use essence, or the stuff that souls are made of, to enact great magical works in the world, but also a lot of tragic stuff. So let's go talk to the Oracle and see what he has to say for himself.
He's got a perfectly reasonable explanation. He seems, you know,
It's gonna be
on the up and
normal.
up. Yeah.
Yeah.
Those are things that people do.
You have been gone some time. Do you carry the splinter of Aethys?
I found the bodies of the expedition team in your workshop. Did you kill them?
Ah, I did not expect you to be so thorough in your explorations. Nevertheless, I am impressed. As to whether I killed them, well, that is a matter of semantics. Does death occur the moment the heart ceases beating, or when the soul is broken upon the wheel? In one sense, then they are quite dead. In another, they remain very much alive.
Semantics!
In either case, they have entered a state of change, and the impetus was mine.
Let's see. It looks like we passed this perception check. You're gonna put their souls in your statue.
Yeah,
aren't you?
I'm thinking so.
Yes, you and you alone see my purpose clearly. You see, I have given them the opportunity to be part of something larger than themselves. With your help, I shall give them a new commission. To prosecute the redemption of a god.
How do you expect to redeem Aethys?
Do you carry the relic I asked you to collect?
I do carry it.
We do.
Excellent. The relic you have retrieved was stolen from Aethys' body. He is bound to it, or it to him. And before the events at Ukaizo, he would speak to me through it. He speaks to me no longer, but I believe he resonates with the splinter yet, as I do. If I am correct, when
Is
it
this
placed
Mercer?
in
I haven't
the
looked it up
statue,
yet. It sounds a lot like
the
him.
magnifying power of the Ardra will draw him into it, and
I've not
he
looked up who the voice
will be
actor is for this yet.
Locked into the reliquary with a chorus of furious souls acting as his
I know they.
conscience.
No, that's Dragon Age Veilguard. Dragon Age Veilguard announced their cast. I don't know that they've announced the cast for this yet. Maybe they have.
He has done.
I know Garrus was announced, but is this Matt Mercer?
Is
I
for
haven't-
you to place the splinter into the statue's chest. Will you do it?
I mean, we could just give it to him and he could go up there and
What
do
do you
it.
think?
You're gonna go
No,
up there
I
and
want
do
to
it
do
too?
it. I want to
Okay,
do the cool
okay,
stuff.
okay.
Yes, I will put the relic
All
in the
right.
statue. I want to see where this is going to go.
Once you have placed the splinter into the statue...
The only ones announced are...
He's 600 years old. Give him a break. He's got brittle bones.
All right. All
Brandon
right,
Keener,
this time I'll bring it up there.
Jelly Bimini, Scott White,
It's your
Mars,
turn.
Yeah, you're gonna fight the skeletons.
All right, let's hop up on the scaffolding. Get the relic in there.
Well, the IMDb page does not list any of those guys.
Fill the statue with essence. Do me the honor of pulling the lever, just there. And my lord will return to face justice. Any moment. Oh. My god, Aethys. Are you there? No. It's not working.
How long was he working on this again?
A few years.
Oof, this is gonna be awkward conversation.
Yeah, let's see what he has to say.
He's gonna have a meltdown.
My lord Aethys has not returned. Something is missing from my design. Something I did not account for. It must be the chime. Without its ringing, he cannot hear the statue's call. My cousin, will you join my holy work and lend your chime to the cause?
No, I'm not giving you my soul.
This chime that Sargemus is talking about is unique to godlikes. Only godlikes have a chime. It's what the gods give them before they're born to mark them as their own. As a godlike of Aethys, Sargemus has a chime given to him by Aethys. As a godlike of an unknown god, we also have a chime.
Yep.
So what he's essentially asking us is, will you give up what makes you special and die for my experiment? And at this point, we have a few options. We can say, sure, Sargemus, I would love to die for your statue. Or we can try to convince him that actually he should die. As a godlike of Aethys, Aethys is probably going to want his chime and not mine. Or we can attack him. I kind of want to attack him.
You want to attack him?
I want to attack him.
No, I want to convince him to give up his own chime.
I want that sword.
Yes, we've been too nice to him today.
There's nothing to fear.
This is avowed Kyle talks.
You won't feel a thing.
All right, good luck.
It's from Obsidian Entertainment. It is the third game in their Pillars of Eternity game series.
See, he's just acting like he's old. He's not that old.
Building up some good stun.
I'm a little out of breath. Ooh, I'm out of breath. Sir,
Dual wield, man, wands is going to be so much cooler.
Okay. All right, second wind is
Oh, I'm
activated.
incapacitated.
See, still not a death,
Down but not out.
Down but not out.
Bristling Frost activated. That should do some frost accumulation, Arcane Veil, and Corrosive Siphon. Nice.
Melt him down. Get him, get him, get him.
Kai's using his companion ability. Now he's drawn the aggression. That's going to be really helpful for us.
Grenade action.
Little power attack, grenade.
Boom. Kai gets left.
Oh.
Perfect.
Boom.
Perfect.
Kick to the face.
Well done.
They'll put that in.
Well done.
Thank you.
Let's loot his body.
Yes, definitely.
Yeah.
Got a new sword.
Right, he's got a great sword.
Yeah, they're
Last
totally
light
doing a
day.
deep
Can we
dive
put
to
that,
David
please?
Scuttle.
Of course.
Beautiful.
Ooh, flaming
So
sword.
that's not the end of this quest, but it is the end of our time together. So thank you so much.
Yeah,
for
but you
looking
guys just
at
gave us
Avowed.
one of the biggest
We're so
game reveals
excited
we've had.
to
That was like
see you.
30
We hope
minutes,
to
I
play it
think.
on February 18th. Thank you so much.
Ara History Untold, a 4X grand strategy game spanning the ages, is beautiful to look at, yes, but it's even more fun to play. Here to walk us through this epic world, please welcome Xbox Game Studios executive producer Matt Turnbull. Matt, thank you so much for joining us today.
Hello, thank you so much for having me. I'm so excited to be here.
Oh, this is
All right,
gonna be a
guys, I've got to
fantastic
take a
segment.
bio. I'll
How
be right
are you
back.
enjoying Gamescom so far, though?
Gamescom is my favorite event of the year.
Agreed.
Honestly, it brings so much energy to be able to interact with people who love games, who do those things. The booth we have this year is incredible
It's
because we're
so detailed and beautiful over there.
yeah, we're finally coming out, right? The game is finally ready. It's coming out September 24th. Have to drop the date in there. But,
Check.
Yeah, check. Done. But the booth has just been a really fantastic experience. Getting to actually let people play hands-on with the game, experience the game it's the way it was meant to be played, and just feel like they could become a leader.
100%. Well, we're going to do exactly that now. I cannot wait to see this live gameplay demo we're going to do. So I'm going to let you just kick things off, get us into the game, set the scene, and I'll check in when I'll get a little bit nosy.
Anytime. You're always welcome.
Thank you, Matt.
All right. So as you probably know, Ara History Untold is a historical grand strategy game. It bears a lot of DNA from your classic 4X genre and some of the other genres around, historical grand strategy. This is Xbox's first foray into this genre. It's honestly not a genre that we've truly explored, truly gotten into before. We've made, obviously, with the Age franchise, with RTS, but true, like, grand strategy, turn-based, is new territory. And luckily, we have this incredible partner, Oxide Games, that has a tremendous amount of experience. People who have worked on almost every great strategy game you've ever heard of or played. And they are such an incredible partner, and we're so excited that we get to help them bring this game to life.
Oh, stunning. Okay, so as usual, our first question when we enter a game is, what are we going to be? Who are we?
Yes, so right now you can see I've got Shaka Zulu here as the head of the Zulu Empire. He has all these different interesting abilities. We have 10 leaders here at Gamescom. Now, when the game launches, we'll have over 30 leaders available to play from.
Wow.
But we only brought 10 with us to Gamescom this year.
So you can fit in the suitcase, I get it, yeah.
Exactly. Just gonna make room. So right now, I think for today, though, I will play Nefertiti.
Lovely, okay. Why Nefertiti? What's the choice there?
So if you look at her different abilities here, you can see things like farms and their upgrades provide additional food per turn. She gets big bonuses if she's next to rivers, as kind of a reference to the work on the Nile. And then as sort of a person who is very famous for being a royal wife and a queen that pushed the religion of the worship of the Aten, the sun, she had this opportunity to have these awesome religious abilities. So when you found a religion with her, it spreads faster and you're able to move it more. And in those early eras, it can be very, very powerful and a really strong source of prestige, which are the points you need to win the game.
Interesting. Okay, let's crack on with Nefertiti then. And here we go. This is my favorite bit, map building. What do you suggest we go for today?
Well, we've kind of pre-set up a map that we think will be a good show for us. We've got 8 nations on the map. We have average sea level. You can change everything in the game from the temperature, the humidity.
The humidity, wow.
Even the axial tilt. And so this is one of my favorites because when you imagine, the Earth, you know exactly how it's tilted to the sun, right? So pretend that it was like a planet that was more tilted. In that case, the map it would generate would have a much hotter area, a much colder area, a broader cold area, depending. So it generates all of those things based off of that. Now, you get a deterministic seed, which is basically a number that you could put in, and as long as you have the same options at the same seed, it'll generate the same map, which means that if you fall in love with a map, I fall in love with a map, we can share it.
Oh, I love that. Okay, awesome. And what was the size of the map we went on here? Because I know, especially when we call this a grand strategy game and referring to some of the other games you've mentioned already, map size and scale and detail is so important. So A, what are we doing today? And B, what options do you have there?
Yeah, so honestly, the game has a number of different map options. At its largest map size, you can fit up to 36 nations on there.
Whoa!
All at once.
Goodness
and
me.
Thanks to the power of simultaneous turns, which is one of the unique innovations in ARA, the players are able to all take their action within the time term, whatever the time limit is you set in multiplayer, and then a single player as long as you want, and then you submit the turn, and all the actions resolve simultaneously.
And it goes, okay,
and so you can play with 36 players, and it's totally functional.
Doesn't feel like
it wouldn't really work to play 36 players one at a time and over time at a time.
Yeah, with a cup of tea, like, come on, lads,
I would take off for a while, and then come back, and it still wouldn't be my turn.
Absolutely. So what's this exposition that we just got at the beginning of? And also, Act 1 is an interesting thing to read.
Yeah, so in our History Untold, the game is broken into 3 acts. Now, you play the same leader from the very beginning of the game all the way to the modern era. When we say a History Untold, what we're talking about is the untold history of this alternate Earth, this alternate life of this alternate ruler. And so you play the same history.
I feel like the Avowed
the same nation.
footage was the biggest gameplay footage we've seen so far. By the way, guys, I'm going to change cameras
all the way to the modern era, and even a little bit into the Singularity Age.
Oh, God. Okay, well, let's jump in. I want to see this first bit, and I'm picking up on that Singularity bit because that sounds wild.
All right, so one of the first things you probably notice is that ARA has a kind of a different presentation. A lot of these games are inspired by board games, you know, hexes, tiles, and I love those. But with Ara, we really wanted to deliver the player fantasy of being a leader of a real world, the choices you make. And so there are things like organic borders, so where the river goes is where the natural borders are.
Oh, I love that.
And you could do other things like, if you zoom out and look around, sometimes you'll see mountain peaks out in the distance because your people could see those mountains. For right now, though, it looks like we have a nice little temperate forest here, some plains that are lovely. We've got some grains available, and we can zoom all the way down and see.
Oh my goodness, you get so close.
Yeah, there's some wheat growing over here, and then if I zoom in over here, you can see some rice that I could turn into some rice farms. Over here, it looks like there's some dangerous predators, in this case, some wolves.
Oh, interesting. Okay. What are they? Do they move freely around the map, or would you go to engage them over there?
So you have to hunt them in order to be able to take advantage of this area. And luckily, in the early areas, I have this scout, which is a unit that can go out and do some great stuff. So I'm going to send my scout there.
Oh, wow. It's zoomed.
You can see how with simultaneous turns, they haven't made their full move, but they've indicated where they'll go.
Interesting. Okay.
One of the fun things about simultaneous turns is you can cancel orders at any time.
Oh, wow.
And so the game has the depth and complexity of like a grand strategy game with layer after layer after layer. As you set up all your moves, you'll see what all the impact will be. And then you can go, you know what, actually, I'm going to wind it back.
That's good.
And none of it will go off until you hit end turn. So let's go ahead and get our scout moving and make one other big decision that we make at turn one, which is what to build. So
interesting.
God, what else did I play recently that was simultaneous?
Decisions are very, very important when it comes to these strategy games, and I'm sure we're going to go through quite a lot of them anyway. But what's this first?
And earlier this year, I played another game that had simultaneous actions.
The very
like
first
you took all
thing
the
you have
actions in
is you have
return.
the ability to improve
Oh,
your
it was
cities. Now, Ara is a game about people.
It wasn't
it's
this year.
about
It was
your
last
citizens.
year.
It's about their quality
Battlestar
of life,
Galactica.
you know, their happiness, their health, their education, and you improve your lands with what we call improvements that can do things like improve their quality of life or provide them with additional
combat.
Housing. So the first thing we're going to build
Strategy
is a farm,
game.
and that's going to help us with some initial growth.
You,
and also,
you built your fleet.
Yeah, you got to do it, and especially
and you
with
send them out on
it's
missions.
Just a great option. And so you can see
it was a cool game because it had like verticality to the maps and everything. So you could,
so when I hit next
in
turn
3D
now,
space, you're sending your ships
see
up,
everything
down, left, right, around.
Mm-hmm.
Different ships do different
see
things. Some are fast, some are slow, some are meant to be defensive.
There are people working away.
I can't remember what it's called though.
Good stuff.
But it was a fun game, and that was all like you did everything in advance. Then you hit the unpause button or you hit the play button, and it unfolded all that round, and then would stop. You would set everything up all over again, and then let them all free, and it would run that next turn.
And I'm definitely going to want to build farms over here, what with the rivers and Nefertiti's abilities.
100%.
Beyond that, when you hunt animals, you also can end up getting some early resources. And so you can see the little guys going in there, getting ready to hunt the wolves. The wolves running away. But the value of this is going to be that I'll send back furs, possibly food, maybe even feasts that could help boost my city's power. So
nice.
The next thing we're going to do is pick a technology.
Ooh, okay.
All right, so I'm going to let you pick, right?
Oh, Matt. Okay, here we go. I'm sitting straight. Let's hear it.
So we're in the ancient history era. Ara is broken into 12 eras across 3 acts. And so right now we have these very early beginning human technologies of being able to make bows, of being able to ferment food into wines and other beverages, being able to do animal husbandry, understand how to raise animals, turn them into meats. So what are you feeling? What are you aiming for? Knowing what you see around you here with the rivers, the water, but also some of those grains, what feels right?
Oh, I'm concerned you're setting me up that there's a specific choice here. Based on how
many good choices, many options.
Based on how I normally play these types of games, and knowing that as soon as possible I want to start rearing animals at a farm, I've already told you what I want to do here, and eventually going into, you know, maybe more scouts and armies and everything like that. I think animal husbandry, for me, is where I want to go. I'm not too fussed on the pottery. We'll get to nice mugs and plates a bit later, but for now, I want cows and I want sheep.
Let's do it. And then we should go...
Manor Lords is a lot of fun, too, if you like this kind of stuff, guys. Kingdom management,
quickly,
like settlement management.
Is it such an important one you make
and
at
they
the
just ported everything over to Unreal 5.
What's a good option for first-time players? Is it animal husbandry? Is that the route you would typically kind of recommend people go for?
Well, honestly, there are a lot of different things you can do. It depends on what your strategy is. You should really pay attention to who your leader is and what their powers are. So if I was playing Shaka Zulu and I was intending to meet my neighbors and go and try and conquer, I might agree. But if I was playing as, again, Nefertiti, I might go for grain storage.
Oh, see, I knew you'd Set me up, I went for the wrong one.
Or animal husbandry. Because either of those will involve farms that produce more harvest with her that help, especially if I have rivers near me.
Okay,
you know, but if I was on a coastal
For those of
island,
you who regularly watch Gamescom, this is my first time really tuning in. The awards days, the awards shows, the awards section, do they do any more gameplay stuff during those, or is it just,
all right, so we still have our
here's your
scout
award,
idol
get
here.
off the stage, or do they do any more gameplay stuff during
let's
those?
expand the territory. We see the fog of war everywhere. You've discovered what's that? Just
Because technically tomorrow and Sunday they've got
so
awards
these
stuff.
Are basically the remnants of
I don't feel like
forgotten
that's something I would want to live stream. Just trying to think ahead for the next couple
just an
of days.
older circle that was made by some nomadic society. So eventually what will happen is I'll be able to pick those up with my scout, and as I do, we'll be able to discover some things, and those things will possibly help me. So right now, for example, this collected some furs and some statuary. And so now we're going to go ahead and take this stuff. Now, one of the big differentiators for Aura is that it's taken the complexity of a crafting system, but really stretched it out over 12 acts, over the entirety of human history. And so at any given time, you can build these things that you can use as amenities in your cities. For example, because I found some statuary, I can take those old statues, I can put them in my city, and for 10 turns, I'll have additional prosperity. And if I had any culture improvements, like
Dune
say
Spice
a
Wars,
library
was
or
that one?
more
That,
like a
that
museum
might
or
have been another
something,
one
or
that did
an artisan
turn
studio making those pots and pans.
There we go.
They
Fuck, I'd have to go back and
would
watch
get
my
a
Dune
bonus
Spice
as well
Wars
from
videos,
being
because I don't
inspired
remember
by
if
the
Spice Wars
statues.
was a
So I'm
traditional
definitely going to put that
RTS.
now, and it's going to, you can see it's going to raise the
Or if it
quality of
had
life
the
of my
whole,
citizens, and then
everybody
I'm going
take
to
your
continue to
actions
build.
and
Now,
pause.
I'm also going to go ahead and money talks, right?
It does indeed, Matt.
Yeah, so you can always get more wealth, and if you get more wealth, you can use it a bunch of different ways.
Yeah.
One of the ways is you can rush production. I can throw money at the problem.
So you can prioritize things in the heat of battle if
Exactly.
something's going on and you need it.
You need it, absolutely.
Ooh, okay.
Now, you might notice these cougars over here. Pumas, bearcats, all names for the same animal. But they are here. Mountain lions, that's another one.
There's another one. Nice.
This reminds me a
It's
lot
the
of
animal with
Manor
the
Lords
most
right
names.
here.
I don't know if you know that, but it actually is.
I never thought of it that way.
Weird, but it's true. So I can take them and hunt those, but I'm not gonna, because they're a little more dangerous. It'll take me 2 hunts, and I'll be at danger 4, and I could really lose a lot of health. So, like we said, we're gonna go look for some friendly animals. Let's go find some sheeps. Let's go find something a little safer.
The thing I've also found quite interesting is you haven't met any other people yet, and you said this is a small map size.
Yeah,
right?
so even on a small map size, there are quite a number of regions. There's a lot to explore.
Pressure or instant sort of heat that someone's right next to you and you're fighting for resources.
Not necessarily.
Is that intentional?
There is a bit of an intention to give people a little bit of space at the beginning, but honestly, you can set the game up in so many ways. There's so many options with map generation. You can make a tiny map where everyone is clustered together. You can create it so there's very little land or only a single continent, all of these different things. So in this one, this is a map style that really benefits that. And if you zoom in here, you can see our farm.
Wow.
When you build improvements in Aura, they sort of expand to take the space you give them. So this is a farm that's been built out here. You see the little scarecrow.
Let's say how aesthetically it's just set that up. As someone who meticulously spends a lot of time in every game making things look nice.
If this comes to Game Pass, I'll probably try this, depending on where it's
One of my favorite ways to honestly play
in.
is when I'm building a farm. The reason I chose this region is because I like big farms. I like them stretch out.
I
And
like
I
big
know I'm going to build a
farms that I
farm here
cannot
with this game.
lie.
I want to make sort of an agrarian district along the coast here. So there will be a bunch of beautiful coastal farms.
We're not
And then
go
over
there. I
here
don't
will
have
be
the
like my
lyrics
city
planned
center.
out.
You can kind of play the game almost as a sandbox at the lower difficulty settings and really just build, the nation of your dreams.
And I suppose the most important question is, what's all this worth? What is the end of the game to conquer and wipe everyone off the map, or is it to have the most farms and to have killed the most cougars? I know you mentioned the singularity, but what is that point? What are you trying to do along the way?
It's a totally valid question. It's really good. To win an Aura History Untold, your goal is simply to become the most prestigious nation on the planet. You want to earn the most prestige. You want to be a nation that is known to the ends of time and that everybody will learn about and talk about all the way throughout history. So you can earn prestige
in a variety of
many different ways. Everything you do has some form of an impact. For example, right now, most of the prestige I've earned is from the quality of life of my citizens. I've been providing them good goods. I've been farming, making sure they have enough food and everything. And because of that, I've been slowly earning prestige over time. When I was to create a religion, the more my religion spreads, the more I empower the religion by having more powers, which are called verses in the game, which give you new abilities. The more of those that I have, and the more that I can convert other nations to my religion, the more prestige I would gain from that. And you can do it through military, you can do it through commerce, and I
love the idea that there's someone making notes going, I'll give you a point for that. That was a good decision.
Yeah, you can have this prestige.
Yeah,
you can have this. You're a little bit more well-known now. One of my favorite things about the prestige system is you can pivot over time.
Okay.
In the first act with Nefertiti, maybe I'll work really hard on spreading my religion, but then maybe in the middle eras, in the early medieval ages or something, I'll rush iron and rush into swordsmen and rush into knights and try to do some conquering. And then as I get into the third act, maybe I'll start producing masterpieces.
Oh, okay.
But you can do all of these things, and then you end up in this stack with the other societies. You can see.
You can constantly see where you're stacking.
Absolutely.
Interesting.
And you can understand how you're earning prestige and where it's coming from and how you maybe could be doing better. One of the other innovations.
Forgettable.
Very sad.
Oh my! If
Very harsh.
I ever find myself there, I think I would cry.
Well, you wouldn't have to cry for long because at the end.
I can boot up a new go and start again.
Always, but also at the end of every act, the forgettable nations are actually culled from the game. It is a unique feature in Aura that allows the game to sort of consolidate the world, make the super. So when you get to the third act in an 8-player game, for example, you'll have 4 players, the superpowers. They'll all be what's left, and everything else will have been kind of forgotten to history. In Act 2, we'll lose 2 nations, and then all of a sudden there will be a rush on all of their incredible findings, all the ruins of their nations, all the stuff that was left behind, and people will be in that kind of age of exploration.
Wow. Okay, I love that. So what I want to do now is a little birdie told me that you've actually prepped what an end version is it? Is it Act 3 we're jumping to? Is it Act 2? Where are we going to be checking out now?
All right, so we're going to go into a Act 3 save that was done where I was playing as Joan of Arc, Jeanne d'Arc.
Nice.
Who plays as one of the rulers of France in the game. In the game, they can have multiple rulers of different nations. So, with launch, we're launching with Otto von Bismarck to rule Germany, of course, because we're here at Gamescom. But if you buy the deluxe or premium edition, you get the leader pack that includes Hildegard von Bingen, who plays completely differently. She's a very famous nun from the ancient German times, and she brings a totally different play style than Otto.
Oh, okay, interesting.
I've got one other thing to show you, and then we'll jump right to that.
Oh, okay, right. Ooh.
So, we've met a tribe.
This is, an event. Nice.
Yeah, so in tribes, when you meet these tribes, you find them out in the wild. They are these small nations. They're named after whatever the region is. So
yeah, it seems to be pretty deep.
Inspired by real tribes, but there aren't any actual
looks like they've got something serious here.
And then inspired by real-life, actual events in history. So in this case, there was a founding myth, and they attributed it to 2 different things, and they actually had this fight about what was their founding myth. So we've took narrative inspiration about that and created this one, where now they're asking you, should you do the Beastborn Prince myth for their society? What do you want to record in the annals of your great society?
Wow, okay.
Or the foreign prince myth? Or do you want to say, no, it wasn't either of those. Actually, it was a giant bird, and you're both wrong, and now you get more religion spread, but then you deteriorate the relationship. Here, this costs stone for you to be able to build out the prince myth and create the statues necessary. In this one, you need timber to be able to do the things in the woods to kind of show off what the myth would be. And in both cases, you get prestige, but it's about what you have to spend.
Yeah.
So what would you like to do? Do you like the Beast Prince myth, the Born Prince myth, or do you want to bring your own?
I'm writing my own book here.
You're doing it.
Tell him to go away. It's fine. I can see it has a detrimental relationship effect, but it's fine. This is my world, and they're living in it.
It is now. The Book of Charlieism is written. And
yes.
we have that. And unfortunately, this will mean these tribal warriors might be mad at us. These guys might be a little bit bitter, is their current diplomatic status.
That's fine. We'll deal with them later. It's all good. Right.
We don't have to deal with them because we're
to the future.
We're going to go to another game. So this is in a bit of a war-torn world. It's in the information age, but some things have fallen behind a little bit because of the amount of war, and now it's
so you have different
settled into sort of a firm
play.
Cold War state. But you'll see different prestige for the different rulers, and you'll also see a mix of different layers of industrial, of modern, as well as...
I cannot wait for this.
So you can see right here, there's a farm that's a little bit different, and we'll zoom out.
Oh, wow.
So different. Look at that.
And that is the city of Paris. You can see the old city walls that were built up in medieval times are still there because you wouldn't see those knocked down in real life. You can see different buildings and improvements. If I zoom out further, you see the world's been much more explored. And
Absolutely.
you can kind of start to see it from, that airplane view if you were flying over it. Over here, we have one of our great triumphs. Triumphs take up an entire region and build housing around them. This is the amphitheater of El Jem in Tunisia. It is this incredible Colosseum that was built by the Romans in the ancient times that provides a lot of different benefits to your society.
It's glowing as well.
Oh yeah, our triumphs, we always throw a little bit of a sheen on them, a little bit of magic.
Gorgeous.
And then if we move around, you can see there's some horse track there providing some value.
The way how close you can get down with a camera, I'm in absolute awe. Oh my goodness me.
This would be what a wheat farm would look like in this era as well. So the different crops also have different appearance as well. This is a stone pit that's currently producing iron.
Nice.
So this is sort of an industrial mine, and you can see the industrial diggers there. And then you can always go into your nested tooltips and say, okay, iron, what do I use iron for? Oh, I know, I use it to craft telescopes or steel. What do I use steel for? I need steel for a lot of things. I'm going to be using that steel to make
this is pretty deep, guys. Like,
indoor toiletry,
I'm not gonna lie, like,
different things
I'm
that I can
impressed.
use as amenities.
Wow.
I went into it not knowing. I said this was one of the ones I had my eye on that I was thinking,
to be able to make a large particle collider.
I'm still like,
or I would need these machine parts if I wanted
don't know
to
that
craft
this is a
the
must play
SRS
for me,
8000, which is
but I
one
think
of the
this is
world's
definitely
largest,
if it falls in a dead spot between major cinematic releases,
there's just no point where you're
I'll
not
probably, and
informed
it's
of
Game
the
Pass,
decisions
I'll
you're
probably
making,
jump
and you can really
into
take time with it because you know as soon as you're done, absolutely, and you can delete the bits and pieces along the way and make it good.
Yeah, and you can see the borders here with the German state where we had originally had some wars. You can see the city of RJ still has some military units in there. It also has some interesting things. There's a triumph here. I think we have the Statue of Liberty. We have a lighthouse there leading our ships into shore. There's just a lot going on everywhere you look.
There
you can
really
zoom in and
is.
see. And now, it looks complex because it is. This is a core game for core gamers, for strategy gamers. It's a love letter to them. But we've tried to create a lot of things like those nested tooltips, and of course the Encarta, we brought it back, that show you all of the different ways to play, all the different supplies in the game, the people you can find, everything else.
Oh, that's so good. And it feels like a juxtaposition to say it, having looking at the screen we're looking at here, but this demo only shows a small fraction of the game, right?
We have barely touched upon
Are there any other elements that you want to very briefly talk about now before everyone dives in?
I'll just show you this little airplane.
Yeah, okay. There it is.
As the world continues, as it grows, there are all those details. You remember those wolves we saw in the ancient era? Now it's replaced by ATVs and airplanes and hot air balloons.
The natural evolution of a wolf to an airplane.
Yeah, that's how they grew, I think. And and then dinosaurs came after that, right? It was wolf, airplane, and then tyrannids.
And tyrannids, yes.
I love those little tyrannids.
Oh, amazing. Matt, I can't thank you enough. This game is firmly on my download queue.
Yeah, it's looking pretty good.
I cannot wait to check it out, and I love that you've come here to talk to me about it. Have you had a nice time?
I've had an incredible time talking with you. I love talking with people who love this genre, and I've had so much of an opportunity to do that at Gamescom. I'm going to continue to do it all through the weekend. I'm going to be in the booth and
he did a good job. Like, kudos to him.
I can't wait for it to come out on September 24th. You can pre-order it now. You can wishlist it. It's day one in PC Game Pass, of course.
Amazing.
Oh, it is a
Another
Game Pass.
Good
Game
job.
Pass.
Thank you, Matt.
September
Wonderful. Wow,
24th.
thanks so much once again. You can get your hands, just as he said, on September 24th.
I'm really busy in September,
but we're nearly ready to wrap things up. I'm going to show you one more trailer from the show. It's a sequel of epic side-scrolling proportions.
Did he say September 24th?
This is Tales of Iron 2.
That's probably too close to Shattered Space for me to dive into, but considering it's going to be a Game Pass title.
Our world was not ready for their cruelty, their barbarity.
We've got the Vikings theme song, and then also it sounds like
ancient evil.
The first Highlander,
from a forgotten time,
the French actor whose name I'm spacing on right now.
Place. The winged devils.
I can't remember his name now.
Without fill, kill without reason.
But this looks kind of fun.
Burns in blood.
But also kind of scary. I don't usually do 2D scroller games very often though. It's just every once in a while. Again, when I have nothing else to do. But the fact that he's a little rat that can run around and like the art style looks really cool here.
With a bloodlust even greater than their own.
If I could, find a place for this. Tales of Iron.
Whiskers of Winter.
Too busy in February.
Just so many great interviews on this stage the last 3 days. We've just had a blast.
This team has done an amazing job, by the way, so shout out to them.
You can get new games on day one like Call of Duty Black Ops 6 on October 25th, play some of the biggest games of the year, and unlock partner benefits from Riot Games and EA Play. If you are not already a Game Pass member, join now.
I'm an Ultimate Game Pass member.
PC Game Pass for $1
and I should probably just stop paying
€1.
monthly after
This
3 years and go to the
offer is not
annual
lasting long, so you
plan.
need to
Save
act
myself
now.
some money.
So until next
It's a great deal.
For watching. Und auf Wiedersehen.
Auf Wiedersehen. Well, I gotta say, Tales of Iron was actually so good. I've never played it. That second one looked pretty cool. So I pulled out of that one. We're gonna have Indiana Jones. Oh, hang on. Yeah, we got Indiana Jones. We've got Origins of a Boss from Pillars of Eternity 2, or Path of Exile 2, sorry. Space Marine 2, and an Avowed footage. The Avowed footage was after Indiana Jones. Those are my two favorites from this one. So I'm going to go forth from here and pull those out and get those prepped. I also have a Star Wars Outlaws video to prep for today. I got like 4 or 5 videos coming out over the rest of the day and into tomorrow. I don't know that I'm going to stream the awards show, guys. Not gonna lie, I've been going hard and heavy for like the last 2 weeks, doing like 6 to 8 hours a day. And yesterday I did like 11 hours of streaming. My eyes are feeling it, and I could definitely use a little bit of a breather. So I think tomorrow morning I'm not going to do an early morning stream because I don't think there's any Gamescom stuff I need to cover. I'm not going to do the awards show. What I will do tomorrow though is our normal stream at 11 a.m. Central Time. We'll be back, and I'll probably wake up in the morning and look at anything I've caught up on and get caught up on. And then Sunday morning, I will be back at 5 a.m. for a No Man's Sky stream. I want to see if we have the same turnout that we had last week. We'll see, because I realize, we're shifting gears and going on to other things, and I think a lot of people are probably moving on, and that's totally fine. But we'll see what the audience is like this upcoming Sunday. But I've got a lot more I want to get done in No Man's Sky, so as long as that holds true, then that'll probably be our Sunday morning thing. But I'm going to be back early morning Sunday for that. But tomorrow we're going to be doing 2 streams. The morning stream at 11 a.m. Central on YouTube and Twitch, and then the evening stream on YouTube and Twitch, because we're going to be going and doing harvesting as a guild in the War Within World of Warcraft's latest DLC, which is currently in early access. Tuesday, we start our journey into Star Wars Outlaws. And then I don't know how long that's going to take, but we're immediately going to roll from there into Space Marine 2. And then there may be a gap. I don't know yet. We're going to wait and see what it's like, but end of September, we're going into Shattered Space DLC for Starfield. So sometime in the latter part of December, maybe a week out, we'll probably get back into that second playthrough I was doing, the survival version of Starfield. We've got the new rover now. We can start exploring planets, maybe get into some outpost building, and then be ready for Starfield. But that's it for today, everybody. Thanks for everyone for tuning in, regardless of whether you watched on YouTube or Twitch. Thank you so much for being here beyond like some of the streams. Like I know a lot of people were here for No Man's Sky, other people were here for other things. Thanks for sticking around for the non-gaming stuff as we've done these live coverage events. I'm still evolving as a streamer, so to those of you who have been being here for the live streams, I appreciate that. I am more than 2.5 years into this full time. But my streaming has always been like 3 hours a day, 2 hours a day. I've never really done more than that because most of my time is spent doing video production. But I've had a good time the last couple of weeks doing like double the stream times. But I definitely need a break tomorrow. So no early morning stuff. And no secondary stream today. I'm going to literally go take a nap right now. And then I'm going to come back and I'm going to start cutting videos out and prepping everything for this afternoon and evening. So thanks to everybody for being here. If you're on Twitch right now, don't forget that the day-to-day stuff does happen on YouTube. So all of the movie reviews and book reviews and discussions about games that we have, those get recorded offline and uploaded as video content to YouTube. So if you're just watching live streams, don't forget the YouTube, because that's where all the day-to-day stuff happens, and it's where we have the much bigger audience, because I only have like 1,200 followers on, I think we're closing in on 1,300 followers on Twitch, and YouTube we're about to cross the 35,000 mark. So obviously I've been on YouTube for quite a few more years in comparison to Twitch. But either way, thanks for tuning in, guys. Thanks, Felton. I appreciate it. Somebody had a question. Plaximo says, Lotro question, is the Europe server better than America for long-term or not? I can't answer that question because the European server that they just added, which is Mordor, is a brand new, it's the first time they've had a European server in Europe since the Codemaster days like 15 years ago. So, I mean, usually the progression servers last 3 or 4 years. If there's a big enough audience for their European server, it might last longer than that. And at the end of them, they always do free transfers over to other servers. But I would expect to at least see a 3 to 4 year commitment from Standing Stone Games for their server based on what we've seen from previous progression servers. So totally worth your time. 3 to 4 years is more than enough time to see all the content that's there. I would highly suggest that you do it and have fun with it. Anyway, thanks everybody. I will catch you tomorrow at the normal start time, 11 a.m. Central. Have fun, everybody. Have a good Friday night.